we're back ready to go here. Where's everybody at? Miss Angela, you're there, correct? But I can't see you. I got that stupid thing in the way.
I see all 5 of you.
I can't see her. I got that webinar page in the way and I can't get rid of it.
Mr. Mayor, do you see that little orange arrow?
We'll call the meeting to order. And then we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Morrison, you do the pledge, please. Calling the July 21st council meeting to order. Cape Canaveral is 6:02. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Les. Okay, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown.
Here.
Mayor Hogue.
Here.
Councilmember Kellum.
Here.
Councilmember Morrison.
here.
Councilmember Raymond.
Here.
Okay, we have everybody on board and we'll go into public participation. Daniel.
I do not see any raised hands at this moment, sir.
Okay, we'll close public participation and we'll have a presentation. We got an interview on the applicant for the appointment to the Planning and Zoning Board, Stephen Stroud. Anthony, are you there?
Yes, sir. I am.
Mr. Stroud on board with us?
Yes, I am. Stephen Stroud's here.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Garganese.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Stroud. How are you?
Good, fine.
First question is rather routine. All the information in your application is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Please explain to the council why you would like to serve on the Planning and Zoning Board.
I think it's an opportunity for me to get involved with my community here. I've been a resident since 2005, and I think some of the skill sets that I have acquired over the years probably have prepared me fairly well for something like this. But it's just an opportunity to also learn from others on the Planning and Zoning Commission, learn a little bit more about Cape Canaveral.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Stroud, and welcome. Council, we'll open it up to you. Mickey, any questions of Mr. Stroud?
No, I would like to say thank you for applying for this board position. It looks like you are majorly qualified to be on the board. You have a lot of experience, and we need people like you to step up and take a position on the board and help us out. Thank you for applying, and we hope to see you on the dais.
Thank you, Councilman Kellum.
Mr. Morrison. Morrison. I'm going by across the screen. Mr. Morrison, you're next, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir. Mr. Stroud, I echo Councilmember Kellum. Thank you very much. Getting people involved on these advisory boards is critical for our success. And so I just want to say thank you as well. I don't have any questions. I guess what just a general, it says you've not served in the past. So this is a new venture for you. It's exciting. What is your just general view on planning and zoning, or are you, what are you looking forward to beyond getting involved in the community? I guess another way to ask is, do you see any problems today that you'd like to see go the other way, or things that you do like about Cape Canaveral that you want to keep doing?
I just want to keep it a safe and a productive and economical, viable town. and just and be involved and be a part of that.
Thank you, and best of luck to you.
Hey, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Brown.
Okay, welcome aboard, sir. I just had a question for you. What are your visions for the city as far as growth? Are you interested in more hotels, less hotels, small town feel, large city feel? Can you answer that question for me?
Yeah, I like the town the way it is right now. We've got quite a lot of construction going on at this point, a number of hotels being built. Not sure if that's, how much more that we need in this community. That's kind of my position on it.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Raymond.
Yes, welcome. And I wanted to know, what do you like best about the city of Cape Canaveral? And what do you do for fun here?
My latest hobby I've gotten involved in is photography. And one of the things that I love about being in this town is being able to skirt off to Sebring, like that's where I was this weekend for racing, and then up to Daytona. It's a great place to be here. What initially brought me to this area was my addiction to saltwater fly fishing. I've been traveling every day for 15 plus years to Orlando for where I work. And it's just an enjoyment to cross those bridges and know that I'm back out living on an island.
And where's your favorite spot to fish?
Hey, you ain't supposed to ask that.
I want to know. Maybe I'm going to take up fishing.
It's a simple answer. It's just like my hobby of cooking. My favorite place to fish is the particular spot I'm fishing at that moment.
Great answer. Welcome.
That's the fisherman's answer.
Thank you.
Hey. Okay, Mr. Stroud, I'd like to personally welcome you to the city. I know you've been here for a while, but welcome you to the city as part of the board and being part of what does happen. And you'll be playing a big part on what does happen, because that's where it all goes to, is that board. And I'd like to just thank you very much for applying. And I'm sure you'll be a big help and a good asset to us. And I would like to say thank you personally. Thanks. And we will be
working with all of you.
Thank you, sir. We will be hearing this on the agenda, council consent agenda.
Super.
Okay, that concludes interviews and presentations. We move on to the consent agenda. Anybody want to remove an item from the consent agenda? Mickey. You're muted, Mickey.
Yes, I would like to remove item number 4.
Anybody else care to remove? Wes?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'd also like to remove items number 1 and 3.
One and 3. Okay. Mr. Brown?
Only item I wanted to remove was item 4, and Councilman Kellum has already done that. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Angela? Ms. Raymond? You're muted.
I'm fine, I said. Thank you.
Okay, you can't hear you when you're off. Thank you. All right, we have items 1, 3, and 4 have been removed. Do we have a motion for 2, 5, and 6?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we pass items 2, 5, and 6 on the consent agenda.
2, 5, and 6. We have a motion. Do we
I
have a
second it.
We have a second by Ms. Raymond. Call the roll, please, for items 2, 5, and 6.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
4.
Mayor Hogue,
4,
Councilmember Kellum,
4.
Councilmember Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Raymond.
4.
Okay, Ms. Kellum.
I have item number 4. I was looking this over and I talked to Mr. Dickey and Todd about it. I just think that I agree that the $43,000 is a lot of money, and I read through all the attachments and everything, and the gentleman that bought the property did make amazing improvements on the property. It looks really good. I rode by there and took a look at it. It looks very nice. The only problem I see is, when he bought the property, it was an investment property, and he knew that lien was there. I think that he brought it to compliance on February 7th. I just think that if we forgive it all the way down to our costs, we're kind of taking the deterrent for other people to let their houses go like that for a long time. I do agree that he made a lot of improvements in a short amount of time. I would, if we could maybe change the amount from when he bought it to when it was complied and just in compliance, and just do that amount. I'm not sure how to calculate that or how much that would be, but I can't see, people are always complaining about the code enforcement. They don't do this, they don't do that. And then when they do everything right, and then the council forgives the fines. We do want to work with investors and people that are going to improve properties, definitely. But I just think, we take away the bite out of having code enforcement if we forgive down from $47,000, which is extreme, to $1,000. I think, and he knew when he was coming into the game that there was the lien. I would like to hear what the other council members think about that. I just don't see us forgiving all of that except the cost, because where is the deterrent for other property owners if we just forgive, the fines? That's my thoughts. I'd like to hear what everyone else has to say.
Okay. I agree. I agree with you somewhat, Councilman Kellum. What I don't understand on this, I know we talked about it, Todd. How was the initial property sold with liens still on it? Was there an effort to pay some of these liens down to that point before it was sold to the existing owner?
No, and I'll ask Anthony and Dave to also opine on this, but the lien still exists in the full amount. Any lien that existed on the house as an encumbrance or cloud on that title would have been transferred to any new owner. We did learn this afternoon that the new owner is actually the owner of the construction company that bought it. So American Investments is owned by the gentleman who now owns the house. So the company sold the house to him. So Anthony, can you talk about the transfer of that entitle or that cloud on that title?
It's rather simple. Once the code enforcement lien is recorded against the property, it runs with the land. So any subsequent purchases of that real property, if there's still a recorded lien, takes subject to the lien. Some subsequent property owners acquire property even though there's liens on it and attempt to work out the lien after the sale. Others are far more conservative and would not acquire a piece of property with significant pending liens because, as Todd said, they're a cloud on title. And just to answer Councilwoman Kellum's question. The property was acquired on September 9th, 2019, and came into compliance, I think, February 7th, 2020. That's 151 days.
Anthony, do you know how much that would be?
I'm playing with multiple screens. The fine, I believe, was $100 for the first day and $75 per day thereafter. So 151 days times 75 is 11,325. But I would certainly defer to the finance director on my math.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I have another question. I'm sorry, just real quick. On the compliance letter, it says that they came into compliance on 2/7/2020. On the application for reduction of the fee, it says it came into compliance 3/7/2020. Can we clarify on which date it was, really?
Mr. Dickey, are you on the line that you can answer that question?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hello, everybody.
Good. I don't think.
Good, doing really good. Yeah, if you look at the compliance letter dated 2/7, that is the date that they came into compliance. So that is the date that I would use for purposes of our discussion this evening, and if it's the council's wish to, that would be the date that I would use to calculate the fines as well.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Morrison, you had your hand up. Now I'll get to you, Angela. You had it up again.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I agree with the council member Kellum saying, and just from the philosophy that, sure, I get it if you're an investor and you look at Cape Canaveral, but we have an arbitrary number, $100 for the first day, $75 for the second day. And talking with the city manager, that makes sense. That's to deter people from letting these things string out for a long time. But when we just come in with a clean hand and wipe the whole thing out, that's going to become our reputation. And so what does that mean for somebody who's violating the code today? They're saying, oh, that old council, they're just going to waive it. And I think that there is costs that went into this, it's Dave's time, the code enforcement's time, sending documentation, letters, and then just the whole community. And when we come in and waive this, I think it's interesting that we're talking about a tax rate that's going to yield more money this year, an increase of $84,000, yet we're sitting here looking at $47,000. Is this the reason we can't go below the rollback rate in addition to other reasons? And so this is 50% of us. And when we have to increase the tax revenue like we're doing it, you turn right around and wipe this out. That means all the taxpayers have to come in and absorb this and or pay for it. So I don't like that either. I do have a lot of respect for the entity who turned that property around in a quick manner. I see that property, they did an excellent job. And then I also think they were rewarded in the sale of this agreement for an excellent job. That property increase sold 110%, if my math's correct, increase, which is fantastic. And so I think it was purchased at a low rate because it had a lien on it, but then it was sold as if it didn't have a lien on it. And so there's, I think, got to be some middle ground. But what I'm confused about is, I was talking to some residents who understand this a little bit better than I do, but they said the entity that applied for relief is no longer the owner. How do they have standing to seek this relief? I understand that the owner owns American Investment, but American Investment is seeking relief, but they don't own this property. American Investment, that entity does not own this property. So I don't know if that would be allowed any other time. Shouldn't it be the Doyle, if I think that's family, that entity, that individual should be seeking relief, not American Investment. Anthony, if you can help me out here.
I didn't notice that when looking at the agenda. The current property owner is Mr. Doyle.
And he owns American Investment.
And he's a principal owner of American Investment. Yeah. I see the application says American Investment. Is Mr. Doyle, typically it's the property owner that requests the lien reduction, and the property owner or a contract purchaser sometimes would have standing to bring an application because they have an interest in the sale of the property. So I don't know if Mr. Doyle is on this call or not, but it seems like as property owner, he would have the standing to bring the application, unless there's some other agreement that we're not aware of between American Investment Strategies and Mr. Doyle, that, you know, American Investment Strategies, as the former owner of the property, was obligated to seek this reduction as part of the sale.
I mean, this is Dave. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dave.
Okay. You can see, I mean, you can see the tie between American Investment and Mr. Doyle. He's obviously in the application for the satisfaction of reduction. He is the individual that is signed on behalf of AIS. He's actually, you can see in the notary block. And then in the following page, on the to whom it may concern, you can see there as well that he is again identified as the individual, as well as the following page, the applicant procedure for applying. So, it's a good question, but it's not as if the application, was did not include him as well. So.
And Mayor, this is Todd. If I could point something
Yes,
out, and I realized also the date of the application for the satisfaction or reduction of the lien is March 3rd. On the property appraiser's website, I've looked it up, and the date of the sale was March 13th, so 10 days later. In other words, American Investment was indeed the applicant on the 3rd when the application was filed. However, the property changed hands on the 13th. So Anthony, would it be appropriate to seek a revised application from the current owner?
The bottom line is if the city council makes a decision regarding this application to reduce the lien, then the city needs to have a party that's willing to and legally authorized to make the payment. So, I mean, in a lot of respects, this is probably form over substance, since Mr. Doyle is a principal of the initial applicant, American Investment Strategies, but there needs to be a legal commitment to make the payment of the reduced lien amount by an appropriate applicant. So if the council wanted to move forward with this and make a decision, you could make it subject to either American Investment Strategies and or Mr. Doyle making payment within the time period required by the code, which I think is 30 days to make payment, or the lien remains recorded against the property in the full amount.
Okay. Ms. Raymond.
I understand that that property sold this last time for $620,000. Now, let me just make sure that I understand this correctly. Mr. Doyle is the principal owner of American Investment Company. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So he knew that the lien was there when he bought that property in September of 2019 for about $475,000. Was that the figure? I've got the figures someplace. I just haven't found them.
According to the appraiser, it was sold on September 9th, 2019 for $293,900.
Oh, that's great. And then Mr. Doyle bought this from his own company for $620,000. Is that correct?
That's how the record appears, yes.
All right. And he knew that that lien existed. Here's my problem. I thought that liens had to be taken care of when you purchased the property. Well, obviously he doesn't have the title for the property at this point. Is that correct?
Yeah, Council Member Raymond, my understanding is that when this property closed on March 13th, there was money set into an escrow account to pay the entire amount of the current code lien. So it's really going to be subject to the council's discretion this evening on how much of that escrow amount is consumed.
Well, I congratulate him for taking care of that property because it was quite an eyesore and it looks great now. But my feeling is that he knew this lien existed. So I think he should pay the full amount. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, it's come to my attention. Mr. Doyle is on the webinar if you would like to hear from him.
Okay. We got to see if we got any more hands. Anybody else? Mickey?
Yes, I just want to say, again, my feelings are we did away with the code enforcement board. We hired a magistrate to strengthen our code enforcement in our city. And if the first thing we do is relieve this, forgive this lien, I don't think that sends a good message. And that we hired a magistrate now. I think the 43,000 is excessive. I mean, this man did put a lot of money into this to improve it, but it's going to be an investment property, and it's what he does with his property is his business. But I'm just saying I don't agree. I think $43,000 is way too much, and I think $1,000 is way too little. So if we could meet somewhere, the $11,000 from the time he got it till he brought it into compliance, I might lean towards that. If we could come up with a round figure of $10,000, I think that would be good as well. I'd like to hear from Mr. Doyle as well.
Okay, we will, but let me get finished with the council. Mayor, Angela, go ahead.
I wanted to ask that same question. Why didn't the magistrate take care of this issue? Why is it coming to council versus the magistrate? Thank you.
I don't know if this went to the magistrate.
Well, I'll take a stab. I'll take a stab at that one, Mayor. This case has kind of straddled the city's transition from a code enforcement board to a special magistrate. So there's going to be when the if you can look at your Daniel, if you can scroll down a little bit on this exact issue is discussed here. Yeah, here it is at the final paragraph on page 1. During this period of time, the Code Enforcement Board was sunset and the city moved to the services of a special magistrate. A corresponding change was made in city code to move code enforcement lien reduction requests to the city council. So historically, these lien requests always went to the code board. But as you may recall, the city council, I believe it was last year, decided to, that they wanted to be the body that would consider these lien reductions. So that's why it's on your plate tonight, Angela.
Never went to the magistrate. But we have some other ones probably in the future that are going to be looking at. We've had this thing on board for quite a while, and I've always been one to be real tough and like, you know, what I'm hearing. But I've kind of changed my tune a little bit because I see some of these places that might not ever move and then the city would have to wind up being in the real estate business, which we don't want to get into. By that, I mean, if the people that have a place that's deficient and then we have a big code lien against it and it's worth more than what the property is. In some cases, we've been there over the history. The city would have to, like we did on a couple of them, we tore down a building because of the deficiency that building was in. And then we had this house up on the north end of the city, went into a defunct situation to where it was not worth what the liens were. And we did have somebody come along and buy it, and then we released that one, but we got paid for our efforts. And I find the problem that if you don't get something out of it, at least the city's cost, it didn't really cost you anything then other than some aggravation. The people that own it, they aren't going to pay that lien anyway if they want to walk away from that house. Now you're going to be stuck with a house to do something with, and the banks will drag you through 2, 3, 4 years of their process that they take you through. Repossession of the home, they'll go through court and it might take 2 or 3 years. So you're sitting there with that. So when you get around to getting it, it might be 4 or 5 years later after it's been vacated. So it's sitting there all this time. And then you get somebody that comes along that wants to buy that property, and yes, they'll make a profit off of it if they play the cards right and everything. Like this gentleman here, he's got a nice home there. I admire him for what he done. And to stand and buy it with a lien of that amount against it, it takes some courage to do that. But I would like to reduce the lien. And
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, this is John. Could I have a little perspective to this for all council? This has come up in the past. We've done these forgiveness of liens before, but one of the ways council would help make council make a decision on this is, yes, the amount could be reduced or whatever is, but like what the mayor is actually saying is, if these could be made active residents, then these people are paying taxes, they're paying utilities and what have you, and the city is now getting money back because these are active residences. So I think you need to put that element in there as you make your decision, because in going back since I've been here in previous discussions, council would kind of look at that also and then be able to come to a decision to know that now you have an active residence instead of these houses sitting vacant or whatever. And now they're paying utilities and garbage and everything else, stormwater, and the city, we're reaping some benefits from these places that were just sitting there inactive. I think that's a good, an extra good point. I know that's where the mayor was going with that. So.
I had one right across the street from me that was a pure, let me just say, excuse me, hellhole. It was bad. It was bad for years. People were living in it, renting it. The owner didn't care. It was a very dysfunctional place, and it finally went on the market. They had a lot of problems with activities over there that aren't quite into the law, but the owner came in and got a lien reduction on it. I think it was $17,000, if I remember correctly, or somewhere around there, and turned that into one of the nicest looking places on the street. And I'm sure he put probably a lot more than that into the home to get it up to the standard that it is today. It's a very nice home right on the corner of my street. And it was money well spent, as far as I'm concerned, to let the city let that lien go down. He paid all the costs. I don't remember exactly all the costs on it, but it was something just of this nature, but not quite as much. And I don't particularly want to go to this lien reductions as much as anybody else, but it's something that I think that pays you back more than what you're trying to get. Because some people may just walk away and let it sit there, and then you're going to have to deal with it as the city. You're going to have to buy the property, destroy the home, get rid of all that, turn around, sell the property if that's where it comes to. But luckily, we got out of the last one that we were getting ready to get into that, but we got out of it. But I'm not in favor of doing this to somebody that comes in and fixes up. And believe me, I've been through code enforcement for a long time with this issue, and I kind of changed my mind on it back some years ago, but I was kind of like, let's just bury them with it and get all of our money. But we're going to get our money, but you're going to get a nice home. You're going to get some revenues out of it. You'll get your nice taxes every year. And it surely wasn't the gentleman's fault that the home got to the position it was, but he did move as quickly as anybody I've ever seen get in and refurb something that big that was that bad. He totally redone that whole home in a matter of some 3-4 months, whatever it was, that he actually got in and started working on it. So I'm not gonna vote. I'm gonna vote for what we got here, and it's up to you guys what you want to do. Wes, Ms. Marson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I go back to what Councilmember Raymond said, and I agree with her. The sequence of events that you're talking about, Mayor, maybe it applied to down the street, but it doesn't apply to this one. This property was owned by Mr. Kim, I think, first. He was the one who suffered through the damage and was not able to pay the fines. That's, as John DeLeo said, that was a losing property. Fines kept going up. We all saw it. Everyone in the city saw it. It stayed in that condition. It was an eyesore. It hurt the property values over time. But then that property sold from Mr. Kim to American Investment Properties. And the reason it appears that it sold was because the property owner said, or the buyer, American Investors, looked at it and said, hey, there's a lien on this property. And so he bought that property at a very good price. So the lien was already factored in the purchase price. They made the investments in the property because they turned around and sold it to himself, basically doubled his money. So that lien did not slow down investment. Everything we're talking about is, oh, no one's going to live there. No one's going to come in here. And the house was marked down to factor in the existing lien. So just like, that's just how the market moves is, hey, the house is worth $200,000, but I got a $50,000 lien on it. So I'm going to sell it to you with a $50,000 off. You're going to buy it for $150,000. That's what happened from what I'm seeing here. And so the market already solved the lien. And the goal, if I was buying that property, is I needed to make enough money when I resell it to pay my lien. Well, and I haven't seen, a list of costs that went into this or what. I saw the items, but without seeing that, to me, he could have bought 2 houses for that. And I know he has costs and he did make improvements, but what you're describing just hasn't happened. Now, if he would have came to us and said, I'm not going to do any work on this property until I get this lien waived, and then came to the council and did it. But this is where I agree with Councilmember Raymond. That's not what happened. And the reason he didn't come to council first was because Mr. Kim sold it to American Investments at a reduced rate. And so that's where my concern is. I am not of the opinion of applying the whole thing, but I think, as Anthony said, this is a little messy on, who's applying for it. I think, we should seriously consider having it reapply, and then we can maybe get some more information on the cost here. But I want the property owner to, like, that house is built. We are collecting taxes on it today. So I don't understand the examples. And again, that was bought at a reduced rate because they've already factored the lien. Now, if he would have came in and paid $500,000 for this, then he's got to shell out a lien. Then he had to make the improvements. Then he had to go out and sell it. Well, that's a lot tighter margins, but that's not what happened here. That house was sold at a reduced rate from what I'm understanding and seeing here. And he took a $293,000 cost and sold it back to himself for $620,000. That's $326,000 in profit. You got to take out all his investment that he did from the improvements. Who knows? But, you know, if it's appropriate to ask for the list of expenses, fine. But I'm leaning towards Councilmember Callum, you know, maybe apply some days to it. But that's the issue that I see is Mr. Kim has already taken the hit. He wasn't able to sell his house for a full price because he had a lien made that transaction.
Okay. Just thumbing through some papers real quick. I know what you're saying, Mr. Morrison, but I'm just glad to see the thing getting cleaned up and turned back into a decent residence. Anybody else have anything they want to add, or Mickey, did you?
Mr. Brown had his hand up before me.
Oh, I didn't see. I was reading. Mr. Brown, go ahead. I didn't know who's
okay.
reading.
I agree with Councilman Callum that we got to send some type of message reference these liens, and I'd be willing to propose that half of the amount of the lien be paid. I think the city could work out some kind of payment plan or something like that, but to walk away from it totally, I'm totally against that. Thank you.
Okay. Mickey?
Yeah, I would, you know, again, Mr. Doyle has done a remarkable job on the property. It's beautiful. But like Councilman Morrison said, he bought it at a reduced rate. He knew the lien was there. And in all our surveys in the city, our resilience survey, our visioning surveys, one of the main complaints from the residents is lack of code enforcement. And like I said before, it's listed as a threat and a weakness in surveys. So for us to come in and say, oh, well, you know, okay, only $1,000, I think that sends the wrong message to the residents that, you know, we really don't enforce things. Like I said before, I think the 47,000 is too high. I'd be willing to go with, you know, what Anthony said, that, you know, the 11,000 rounded down to 10,000. You know, I'm willing to go there. And Mr. Doyle is going, this will probably be an Airbnb where he's going to make a lot of money. And you know, that's none of our business, but I'm just saying, he bought it with the risk that we might not forgive the thing at all. So reducing it to a lower amount, I would agree on, but not $1,000. No.
Okay. Anybody else? I'm going to go to Mr. Doyle. Let Mr. Doyle come in if he wants. Mr. Morley, you there?
Hey guys, are you able to hear me?
Is that Mr. Doyle? We can't
Yeah,
see you. Just introduce yourself, please.
This is Jared Doyle. How are you guys doing today?
Fine, sir.
Thank you for letting me speak. I could clarify a lot of these questions that you guys are asking. First off, American Home Investments is my brother's company. I have my own company that we both flip houses. We've been doing this for 12 to 15 years. My company alone has bought upwards of about 350 to 400 homes in this county. We buy a lot of them from the auctions, you know, MLS. I'm actually a licensed real estate broker as well. We do buy properties that have code enforcement liens on them. A lot of them that we've done have been in Melbourne, Palm Bay, some in Rockledge, but that's kind of our general area. We haven't done too many out in Cape Canaveral or Cocoa Beach. So this is the first time dealing with the code enforcement or special magistrate. But we've always been instructed to buy the property, bring it in compliance, and then once it's in compliance, they'll look at the property, what we've done to it, what we spent on it, and then most of the time, I'd say 98% of the time, what their hard costs are, they'll generally bring it down to. Just because we weren't the ones that were in violation. We weren't the ones that, let it sit there for years. We're the ones coming in, improving the property. The eyesore is gone. Now you tax dollars, we're either selling it or renting it. And like, Bob, I think you mentioned, water bills, taxes, everything that is getting paid now that wasn't being paid before. And as well as you have a wonderful, beautiful property in your city that people don't drive by and go, oh my gosh, look at that eyesore. Now this is the best property in the area. So I appreciate you letting me speak. And if you have any other questions, please let me know.
Thank you, sir. And thank you very much for what you did with that property.
You're welcome, sir.
Counsel, do you have any questions of Mr. Doyle? Mr. Morrison?
I got it. Yes, thank you. Hey, Mr. Doyle, agreed. I echo. Thank you for the improvements on the property. You said, so American Home Investments is your brother's property, its entity. So you don't actually own American Home Investments?
No, sir. So how we structured this particular deal, because I knew I was buying this to keep this as a rental and a second vacation home pretty much. So I could come and go as I please. And when I'm not using it, I could rent it out. My cash went into this property. I bought it with my brother's company. Obviously, we have a very tight relationship that I'm able to do that with. And so that because if I bought it with my company, I can't personally sell it to my wife and myself personally, because you, as a company, you can't sell to a person that owns the company. The mortgage companies won't let you do it. So we've done this with our personal houses that, it's easier to put a loan on the property as a commercial. We have a lending company that loans basically on the after repair value. So they'll loan us the purchase price and then money to do the rehab through our company. And so through that's how we improve this property of, I think we spent upwards of $200-something thousand on this house, and because it was gutted down to studs. I mean, there's not one thing we did not do to this house other than the roof that was previously done by the owner, but it was done wrong, which we had to correct as well. So I know you were saying, we doubled our profit and he made all this money on it. We didn't. We pretty much wrapped our closing costs and our down payment into it and pretty much about walked even with this. And that's how we kind of worked our numbers, and we have been for a while you structured the deal so that the equity that we built into it for remodeling it, that's our down payment to buy it, so we don't have to come out of pocket. It's kind of a business model we've been doing for, a little while for our rentals. So hopefully, Mr. Morrison, that kind of clarifies what you were asking earlier.
It does. Thank you. I got a question for our city attorney now, Mr. Doyle. I don't know if the rest of the council wants to bring you back, but Anthony, this just doesn't seem like the way to go about it. I know you said it's, form, not substance, but we should, seems to me, go down the right path. And American Investments or Mr. Doyle, we should be approving this for the same entity. I know it sounds like it's all tight knit, but this is how, I don't know, things can slip up and not go right. And so it just doesn't feel like it's a clean transaction to me. And I think we should, when it was presented to us, we were told that this was Mr. Doyle's property, but now we're learning, no, it's not. And I know it's your brother and all, but that to me, this doesn't seem like the right way to do business. There's some questions I have, Anthony, is, I'm okay with approving something with a contingency, but one side of me just says, let's just bring this back next month until this is done right. It seems like like, where was our verification on this? I don't know, where staff seems like something's not right here.
Is there anything I can clarify to help you feel a little better about this, Mr. Morrison, or what doesn't feel right?
Can I comment on Councilman Morrison's comments?
Who is that, Mr. Garganese?
Yeah, this is Anthony.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
There's a couple of things that are a little unclear here and uncertain for sure. I'm looking real quick here, and property is indeed owned, according to the property appraiser's website, by Jared and Lauren Doyle. The application is submitted by American Investment Strategies. The principal manager of that corporation appears to be Nathan Doyle, who apparently executed the application on behalf of American Investment Strategies. From an application standpoint, we need to have an agreement with the applicant and the property owner on two real fundamental issues. And we need certainty. If the council agrees to reduce the lien for a certain amount of money, that reduced lien must be paid within 30 days, or the full value of the lien remains on the subject property. So we need commitments from whomever the party is that's going to pay the reduced lien, and we need a concurrence from the property owner, if it's different, that in the event this reduced lien is not paid, they acknowledge that the existing lien will remain recorded against the property for the full value, because that's the way the code reads. And I'm not sure, I don't think we have all the proper signatures on this application to verify what I just said. Who's going to make the payment? And the property owner. If it's not the property owner also needs to agree and acknowledge that if the payment is not made, the lien remains on the property.
May I speak? This is Jared.
Yes, sir. You through, Mr. Garganese?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Doyle, is that you?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
to answer that question, when the property was sold back in March, or whatever the date was exactly, Supreme Title did the title search. We actually have $47,000, whatever the lien is, in escrow with the title company still to date since it closed. Our money's been tied up for months now because we've been trying to get in front of the board, trying to figure out who we need to speak to get this, possible reduction. But no problem with whatever you guys decide. The money's sitting in escrow with the title company, and it will be wired over the next day. So that's not a problem.
Okay. All right, Consul? Any other comments?
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr. Mayor, just thank you to reply back to Anthony. And so thank you for talking to that. Yeah, that was the thing, was liability. Sounds like we don't have the proper documentation today, and you would have to create some comfort or new agreements to make this work. It may be best for Mr. Doyle and all of us to come back on a future date once this is all cleaned up. Anthony, that's my question is, do you recommend bringing it back, or do you think that it would be best to work through this tonight?
I think if, let me make sure I'm off mute. Okay, I'm off mute. That's news to me that we have money that's sitting in escrow, because there's other ways to deal with this issue when there's an escrow agent involved holding money. All they want is a payoff amount, and once the payoff amount is provided by the lien holder, which is the city of Cape Canaveral, then the escrow agent makes the payment. So there's different ways to handle this transaction. If the council is comfortable determining what the reduced lien amount is, subject to just working out the necessary documentation, I'm comfortable with that. I've done hundreds of these types of lien reductions. If we don't get the proper signatures and authority, then the application can just be deemed, it'll be brought back to council. But I think we could work on the documentation if council's comfortable with establishing an amount, and we'll get everything in order from a paperwork standpoint after the meeting. I'm pretty comfortable that we could do that, assuming the other parties, play ball and execute proper documents.
Okay. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Brown.
I have faith in Anthony that he can work that out with the paperwork. I think the council right now needs to decide, what are we going to do with the lien amount? Are we going to reduce it? Are we going to do away with it? I think that's the issue at hand right now. And I agree with Councilman Kellum that we just don't need to wash it, but we need to do something with it. And $47,000, in my opinion, is too much, and $1,000 is too little. So I think we've got a working area that we need to go ahead and decide. Thank you.
Ms. Angela Raymond.
How about half? Let's go halfway and say half of the amount. And let's put this baby to bed. Thank you.
I'm sorry?
May I say something? This is Jared again.
Yes, go ahead, Jared.
I would just like to propose, if you guys are, I guess, to future investors that are coming into Cape Canaveral that want to improve properties that have been sitting around for a while, they're a thorn in y'all's side. Of, I'm not saying maybe a reduction down to 1,000, not saying the full amount. Yes, I'd like to meet somewhere, but yes, we improved this thing within 3-4 months. It took a month to just even get the permit, so we couldn't really do anything. And we turned this property in literally about 2.5 months, spending upwards of about $220,000, $240,000 on this, which my company was very, very fast, a lot faster than a lot of other companies. But I just hope that we can work through something that is reasonable for all parties. I mean, the hard cost you guys have out is around $1,000. I'm just hoping that you can see what we've brought to y'all's community, and hopefully we can find a common ground.
That I think can be done, sir. Anybody have any, Mr. Kellum? Or yes, Nikki, you're back again.
Yes, I would like to, I think that because Mr. Doyle's company brought it in up to compliance in a short amount of time, that I think the $11,325 is, we don't want to discourage investors, but and I hope Mr. Doyle understands where we're coming from as the policy. We have so many complaints against the code enforcement for not doing their job that we can't really just keep forgiving liens. But we again don't want to discourage investment. So if we could meet at around the $10,000, $11,000 mark, that's where I'm thinking. Would that be agreeable to you, Mr. Doyle?
I would be fine with that.
Mr. Morrison.
The question that you say, Mr. Doyle, we spent the money. Who is we when you say that?
My wife and I.
Okay.
Sorry. My wife and I, Mr. Morrison. Yeah, we came out of pocket to rehab and furnish, and it's. I don't know if you guys got all the pictures that we sent in to you guys, the interior as well, but it's a top-notch property now.
Very nice.
Okay, so that's where I'm confused, because that's not what your brother's application said. And I hear you, Mayor Pro Tem Brown, when you say, let's move forward. I'm with you. I don't like punting either, but this wasn't brought to us, I think, in a proper format. I'm a little confused because that, to me, you know, it's the application saying American Investment made these costs, but now I'm hearing from you that it was you and your wife, and it just seemed it's tangled up. And so the biggest loser is Mr. Kim. You know, he would have loved to have a reduction back when he was getting, he had to sell it at a reduced rate. And so today, here we are. And so I think I'm not comfortable moving forward with this until this documentation's right. And then I'm just confused on, like, I hear the number of expenses, but American Investments is the ones on paper that put this cost in there. And so that's, when you said you weren't talking about the applicant. It's the applicant.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Who we got?
This Anthony,
Yes, Anthony.
because I think I might be able to clear up some of this to Councilman Morrison's point. And Mr. Doyle, you and your wife acquired this property for $620,000 according to the property appraiser's website.
Yes, sir.
And you made payment for the purchase price to the seller, which is your brother's company, American Investment Strategies, correct?
Correct.
There's currently $42,000 sitting in escrow. Assuming the city reduced the lien, the reduced lien amount would be paid from escrow, correct?
Escrow from American Home Investments. Yes, sir.
Right, because they're currently holding $47,425, which I'm assuming is the money that you paid for the purchase of the property. So,
yes, sir.
Yeah. So when the escrow company pays the city the reduced amount, the balance in escrow, who gets that? Is it your brother's company? That's the seller?
In essence, yes, sir. In essence, it goes to him, but then it turns around and writes me a check because it was my money that I put into his company. Does that clarify it? So my funds remodeled this through his company. I don't know if you remember. Again, we bought it through his company with my money, but then he sold it to me, and it's basically a wash of. I know it sounds convoluted, but it's really not when you actually look at the big picture.
Mm-hmm. So then the balance of you're telling the council that the balance in escrow would be returned to you and your wife?
Yes, sir, because we've already put that money out for this property. Yes, sir.
So that
we're in the hole right now.
Questions. I want the city council to understand whatever the escrow arrangement is you're currently involved with. And
yeah, we're in the hole right now. $47,425 for the last, I don't know, four months that we could be using to fix up other properties. But we understand it takes time for this process, and we're fine with it. We're just trying to get to a resolution and try to get this behind everybody. It sounds like.
Okay.
So that was, thank you, Anthony. To me, this isn't how we should be doing business. And I think that we don't have the right entities here. It's, I'm going to pay my brother, and we don't have any verification of this. And so I feel like the right thing to do is, and I would agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem Brown, I really would, but just keep in mind, we don't have, the gentleman, Mr. Doyle, who we're speaking tonight, is not the applicant. And if something goes wrong, and we're going to look like fools. And so I want to make sure that we are talking to the right entity, the applicant, and it's, the money's moving all around, too many concerns. I don't think that I just think it's an administrative fix that needs to happen. And, I would like to be talking to the owner of American Investments. That's who this council needs to be speaking with. That's the organization. Sometimes things get stuck. That's where I stand. So I think we should submit a new application and take up the expenses on it or not. And I would like to see a list of the expenses. If that's, I mean, if we're going to be waiving a sum of money, you know, is it appropriate for us to ask for a list of the expenses? I think that it goes both ways there. So that's where I am. Thank you.
Okay, any kind of final questions before we do something here? All right, I'd like
Would it help?
Excuse me? I need to know
This is Jared.
who's speaking. When you come in, please tell your name so we know who's speaking.
This is Jared Doyle. Would it help if I got Nathan Doyle on the phone right now with you guys to help clarify anything?
You can do that, I guess, if we have consensus of the council.
Yes.
Aye, everybody? Well, I mean, here's what I'd like to propose to you fellas and ladies and gentlemen, and to Mr. Doyle. I said what I said earlier. I can see where this is going. Right now, it's going nowhere. It's just like on a merry-go-round or a Ferris wheel and a merry-go-round combined. It goes up and down and then spins around the other way. Why don't we come to a consensus of what amount you guys want to do? Tell Mr. Doyle right here tonight. Anthony's on board. Anthony can correct the problems that Mr. Morrison has with it. And yes, I can see Mr. Morrison's thinking, but you're dealing with corporations and corporation owners. And you know, in Big Minutes how that goes. So I do things like that from my corporation to myself also, but I know where this is going. So let's just get it to a head. We'll get a figure. I think the fair price would be when Mr. Doyle bought the property. That's where he should be responsible to. Anything after that comes into non-compliance with the other party until he got it fixed. I think there should be a reduction to him definitely for what he done to that property. I don't care how much he put into it. He put a lot of money into that house. I can tell you because I watched it, and they completely gutted that house to the block walls. So that takes a lot of money to do that on a renovation. A new home, not so much. A renovation, 3 times as much as what it would cost you on a new home. So I would like to see us come to some consensus here tonight. Tell Mr. Doyle what it is if he wants to get his brother online. And you guys tell him what it would be and see if the attorneys can get together and correct the paperwork problem that we have. That's what I would like to see, but you guys make up your own mind. Yes, Ms. Callum, I see you waving.
Yes, I would, if his brother could be on the phone, maybe that would put Mr. Morrison's, or Councilman Morrison to ease a little bit about this. Anthony did say that he thinks that they could straighten out the paperwork. And I don't think the city, I mean, if the funds are in escrow, it would come right to the city. Am I correct, Anthony, that you said it would have to happen in so many 24 hours or whatever the escrow money would come to the city?
Yeah, it's 30-day payment terms unless otherwise agreed by the council. I mean, basically all we need is the Doyles, Jared and Lauren, to co-sign the application request. We need a payoff request from the escrow agent and agreeing to pay the money, whatever the payoff is. And I think, you know, that resolves the problem on the paperwork.
Okay. All right.
Anybody
That
else?
answers my question.
Okay, if Mr. Doyle wants to get his brother on, we can maybe give them some information tonight and they can work it out and have the attorney address the problems, both attorneys, and get it satisfied.
I gotta think, like, how do we verify who's who here? I mean, this is not how you do business. I mean, we need to set expectations higher that our staff should be vetting through this. The applicant who signed this is not the same person. And this, to me, I know Anthony can maybe pull her out of the hat and make this all good, but to me, this is sloppy. It really is. We should, how do we know who we're talking to tonight? This is just not the right way. The applicant did not represent what actually happened in here. The applicant said they took on these costs, but now we're learning that no, Mr. Doyle, the brother actually took on the costs. And so it's too much to now we're going to get on the phone and get his brother on and try to. So I'll come back for a special meeting so he doesn't have to delay anymore. I'll meet by the end of the week. But to me, I need to move on. And this should go right back through the right process.
That's what we're going to do, Wes. That's what we'll do. That's what the attorney will do. He said he would do that. But what you need to do tonight is to give this gentleman an idea of what he has to write up as far as paperwork. Do you want him to write up the same thing again, but with all the proper names? Or do you want to bring in a reduction of lien paperwork that you agreed on tonight and have them make that up between all the proper parties and bring it to you? And that will satisfy all the problems.
I think I would say go submit a new application and then bring it back to council, because we're not dealing with the right entities tonight. And the burden's now coming back on the city. Now Anthony's got to go, we all got to create a new process, and we shouldn't have to do that. That burden goes on the applicant. And I don't know, something slipped here. This shouldn't have got that. This should not be in front of council tonight. This should not be in front of us, because it's not properly, it's not done.
Nobody really knew what happened. It got sold to somebody who bought it from somebody else. But my point is,
verify. I mean, we got to.
I understand. You don't know who. You don't even know who Mr. Doyle is that you're talking to tonight. You don't know if that's even Mr. Doyle. I understand.
Amen.
But I think the point to not drag this out any further and to get it over with quickly the next visit is to put an amount that you want to agree on and put that on paper and let the attorneys take that and say, here's the amount the council's going to agree to. Otherwise, the 47 stands. If you don't, which way do you want to go tonight? Are we going to put 47 on there and then have them come back next week or next month, and then we're going to sit all night and try to decide again? We're here. Let's get to that point and decide what the lien should be. What the lien should be, and then they can mail you a check tomorrow and they can work all the paperwork out. They have to work the paperwork out. That's their business, to work the paperwork out. I agree with you. It's kind of a sloppily put together thing. But corporations sell stuff to each other and they sell it to their employees and they buy it back. I've seen it. I know what they're doing. But I think we need to set an amount if that's what you want to do tonight. Otherwise, you're going to critique the whole thing all over again. But they'll bring the proper paperwork in with your amount on it.
I would like to speak to the entity that's actually seeking relief tonight. We're not talking to the right entity. That's it. And so I want to hear their case. This is tangled up, and that's it. And so we're not talking to the right entity.
Make a motion on what you want to do.
I would say reapply. This application should not came through, and that's it. We need to talk to American Investments and verify that that's who it is. That's where my position is. But now we've got to go out of our way to sort this out.
I'll put an end to this real quick. Mr. Doyle, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I am.
Do you have any problem at all? And I hope you don't. Just bring this thing back corrected. You two, the attorney, our attorney, and yours can get together, correct all these problems, and bring it back.
Whatever you guys need.
I can say we're going to be beating more bush. So let's just bring it to an end tonight, and we'll end the discussion on this. Two attorneys can get together, work out all the paperwork correctly, and bring it back, and we'll discuss it the next meeting. I'm sure it's in position a little bit as far as you're holding your money again, but I can understand all the problems that we do have, so I think we could just put an end to it that way.
Well, I think we can work it out tonight, Mayor. I think there are not that many things that we need to discuss. I think the attorney has the ability to get the paperwork right, and we can put this to an end once and for all and take care of the whole issue tonight.
I understand that, but I think we're going to have we can get a motion to do one way or the other and see how it flies. You got to do something here. We just discussing something that we can keep discussing it, and we got to have something to move on.
I think we have a consensus to get it addressed and get an amount tonight and get it taken care of.
Ms. Kellum.
Can we decide on the amount and then so we discuss the amount, we have it figured out, and they bring back an application to Anthony with all the right information, and it's done?
That's what I'm asking for, a motion for that, or a motion to move off, do something completely different, or bring back the same thing. And I'm asking for the motion.
Anthony is there to protect the city, so I think that if we could decide on the amount, and I understand where Councilman Morris is coming from. The dates on the application aren't right. This is really not wasn't done correctly, but I don't think that, I think at least let's decide on the amount.
Well, then make a motion on what you want to do, and let's go with that and see what happens.
So the thing with that, Councilmember Kellum, is we shouldn't be deciding on the amount until we got the proper application. We're just handing out money now. And so it's seeing a list of the items that were spent. That's where I stand. Now, I would support that. And so the application, start over, get back in line, we're moving on. But tonight, we don't have the right application to approve. We're not just talking to we're talking to the wrong people, and now we're going to approve an amount of money for someone that we spoke to. That's where I
thought we had Nathan on the line.
How do you? We haven't. But this is my point. This isn't how you do business. You don't just call up people, and that's. I don't think.
Okay.
Ms. Raymond, go ahead, Ms. Raymond. Let's get this over with.
The money is an escrow. All right. The money is already there in escrow. That is their money. So I will make a motion. I'm making the motion that we reduce the lien by half, and in the amount of $23,000, and that money should be paid within 30 days. Thank you.
So a second.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Mr. Doyle, do you understand what the motion was, sir? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I understand it.
Okay, then this is what we're going to end it with. Okay, Council, we have a motion to reduce the lien to $23,000. Can we call the question?
And that's that's just subject to, obviously, legal documentation being completed.
I think the documentation should be completed maybe.
I'm just saying, I think that's understood in the motion that was made, that because we talked about it significantly.
I was getting ready to add something.
That's correct.
I would like to see that motion and then have that paperwork brought back to us next month or next time we meet or whenever, so that everybody can lay eyes on the correct paperwork where we're satisfied, and that lien reduction will stand in that paperwork.
And see, that's the thing.
But
If we're going to,
that gives these people something they can move forward with. I mean, we could come back next month and debate. We'll debate the whole thing all over again. I don't want to do that. I think it'll be done legally and brought back to you. You'll see it. You'll see the paperwork, and you can vote on it, put it away to bed or whatever.
does our ordinance require the title company information? Company, has that been fulfilled?
I have to look at the code, Councilman, and trying to work off a computer screen, an iPad screen, and I'm flipping screens like it's going out of style. So I don't have that at my fingertips, but
Yeah, if we don't have that, we're not complying with our ordinances. That's, again, we need to just bring this back and then vote on the amount later. I know we're not going to accomplish a whole lot by settling an amount tonight. We have to bring this back, in my opinion. So, Anthony, I mean, this is really like, what is our process? Like, shouldn't we have title insurance? Shouldn't we have the right applicants on these documents? Shouldn't we be talking to the entities? What are we verifying? And so if our ordinances require the title insurance or that's to me where it sounds like we don't know. How do we verify that the money is in escrow? I mean, but it's just.
Yeah, that's the information that needs to be verified. And I'm a little confused, frankly, by the mayor's statement there after the motion, whether we are proceeding with trying to resolve this and ultimately release the lien, or whether council wants to see this back at the next meeting before payment and release of lien occurs pursuant to the motion.
What I was trying to put across was there was a motion to make the lien to $23,000. We can go ahead and vote on that, or we can just not vote on it or deny it, but bring back paperwork correcting the mistakes about who owns and who bought and whatever has to be corrected to make it right, and put that amount in there to reduce it to that lien amount, and it'll be done. And it'll be done right. Yes, we don't know who Mr. Doyle is on the phone. If that's him or not, that could be Sam Cook or somebody from over. I agree with all that, but you got paperwork before you showing, and then the money's in the escrow. It's being held by the security company. And if you want to reduce the lien to $23,000, if that satisfies everybody, let them bring back paperwork showing that lien being reduced to $23,000. And I could care less if he spent $5 million on fixing the building. It's a nice building. And I think
Can we call the question, Mayor?
I'm sorry.
Can we call the question and get a vote? Can we call the question and get a vote?
Yes, I just want to clarify my statement so that the attorney understands what I was saying. And I'd like to put that into the amendment as an amendment to the motion. And that will.
And my clarity is we're about to pass an ordinance. We're about to make a decision on something that we have not verified complies with our ordinances, and Anthony hasn't verified it. So we haven't seen the title company. This is required by our ordinance, right? And so why are we going to, and this wasn't provided in our packet, why are we about to move forward with something that no one knows if it complies with the ordinance, not even Anthony.
Okay.
So
all right.
would you?
I mean, I'm looking at the application requirements. It looks like the application contains probably almost all the information that's required. There is a title policy issue. We needed a statement verifying whether the applicant was issued any title policy or policies for the subject property encumbered by the lien after the date the lien was recorded. And if such policies were issued to the applicant, a copy of any such title policy. I don't know if that was submitted to the city and just not included in the agenda or not. Right, and that's my point, guys. Fellow council members, we have to set an expectation that we're going to follow our ordinances. And unless Dave or somebody wants to say, hey, if we forgot that, it's fine. But I am going to be much more willing to lower this when this all comes back in the proper form. It's not going to take a lot of time to reduce it. I want to reduce it. Guys, this is sloppy, and our council we got to demand a higher standard here. And I'm not trying to go above and beyond. We don't have our ordinances from what I've seen. If we approve something that doesn't adhere to our ordinances, what does that say about us as council members?
Mr. Morrison, I agree with what you're saying. I'm assuming, I will always assume that staff has got everything that you need to do. But I see your problem with the paperwork. Yes, it's erroneous, you might say, but I'm sure it's all true in fact as far as what's going to happen and behind what we are realizing. But I will go along with, we'll call the question on the motion, and then we'll just decide how that goes, and we can get the paperwork correct.
That's not how we.
I know, but we got a motion on the floor.
Excuse me,
question.
Mayor,
Yes.
could you I'm confused as to exactly what the motion is.
The motion was you have an amendment to that motion. The motion was by.
I have Angela Raymond motion to reduce the lien by half in the amount of $23,000.
$23,000.
And then Mike Brown seconded it.
Right.
And then
I made an amendment to that motion. I made an
Okay.
amendment to the motion.
Okay, to
Was to-
bring the paperwork back to council.
Bring the paperwork back corrected, showing the lien released to
Okay,
$23,000.
okay, thank you.
That way they'll take care of all the problems that we got tonight. And now if Mr. Morrison wants to go lower than 23,000, I won't support that. I've had it with this right now tonight. I think we can do this. Have the attorneys bring back paperwork corrected. And yes, the next time we go through a reduction of lien, I hope all the paperwork is there, because I think I can see some stuff is missing that was brought up, and the paperwork was, the house was sold before the lien was ever released. That was a big problem too. But anyway, call the question.
Mayor, this is Todd. Before we call the question, I have a question also. Is the council expecting to see this paperwork back next month?
I haven't heard anybody say when they want it.
Okay, so to clarify even further, the amendment is that the city attorney will ensure that the proper forms are done to execute this within 30 days.
Well, it has to be done within 30 days for the lien to stand at 23,000.
Yes, thank you, sir.
So that gets everybody off of the seat and into the paperwork mode, and it gets done. So we have a motion and a second, and we got an amendment to the motion.
Were there any public comments that needed to be?
I'm trying to go. I'm making sure
Sorry.
everybody's through. Because I'm going to go out to the public. Daniel?
Yep.
There is a Felicity McDonald with a hand raised. Felicity, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and your city of address, please. The audio just went away on Felicity. The next individual with a hand raised is Patrick Campbell. Mr. Campbell, you're on. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Can you hear me? Is it working?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm gonna rewind it back to Mr. Mayor, where you said the property up north that you had to deal with. Can I assume that's the property next to my house?
Yes, sir.
So one of the things that I'm not hearing here is the effect on the people that live around these eyesores. I live next to a dilapidated, worst house in Cape Canaveral, I believe, for 15 years and dealt with this. And when it all came back around to finally getting resolution to it, Mr. Mayor, you released a $71,000 lien. And your explanation was that with that kind of lien, there was no possibility anybody would build on it. I'm sitting here, pardon me?
I didn't say that exactly that way.
Well, okay, well, we can go get the exact statement that was made, that you supported reducing the lien because it was such a burden that no one could come in, or it wouldn't be very attractive to an investor. We'll go look at what you actually said. The lien was released, and I'm sitting here now, thankfully, next to a $400,000 house. The property, you said, wouldn't support a $71,000 lien, actually sold for $221,000. Everybody made money on that property, including you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't understand.
I didn't make any money on that house. I'll tell you.
Pardon me, your company was the electrical contractor for the property.
I know. I'll get with you personally and show you what I made on that house.
Well, I don't need to know what you made.
So well,
So
you said I made money. I didn't make any money.
Well, if you're working for free, I got some stuff around my house that needs to be
I'll be
done.
glad to do it for you.
I bet. So what I don't see is, I don't see a process. If you're going to reduce this lien by half and you reduce to $71,000 in total, I don't know what the difference is. If somebody comes in and says, I want my lien reduced, how do you decide why this person gets this and why another person gets that? I hear it comes in, you kick it around like a soccer ball, and you flip a coin and say, okay, that's what it is for this person. I don't get it. And I also don't believe that you should be working on this at this point in time because the paperwork's not correct. So my 3 minutes are probably up. Thank you.
We have to work on things that are brought to the council, and eventually we find out maybe the paperwork isn't correct, which we did. So we're trying to put it to sleep for the night, and we'll bring it back and correct it all.
Okay.
There's a motion and an amendment to do that.
Yeah, and I definitely want to bring it, but you asked earlier, Mr. Mayor, this
It will
to
come
come
back.
back.
It will come back.
Don't we have a vote now, Mayor? I think
Yes,
we have
sir,
a
we
vote.
will.
You can
I'm
send
just
that.
clarifying all the problems. I hear a lot of questions.
Yep.
It will
I
be
don't have,
clarified.
Mr. Mayor, I know you want the item to come back and you want that to be an amendment to the motion, but I have not heard a second to that request and confirmation that that would amend the main motion.
I'll second it. I'll second it. Second it.
Okay.
So there's an amendment to bring this back with the proper paperwork in the amount of 23, bring it back with the proper paperwork as the amendment to the main motion. So if you want to vote on that.
Right, showing the lien that would be $23,000, and then that should satisfy us, hopefully. But if something else comes up between then. Okay, we'll go ahead and call the amendment, the motion amendment, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
For.
Mayor Hogue,
Or
Councilmember Kellum,
Against.
Councilmember Morrison,
Against.
Councilmember Raymond.
For.
the amendment passes. Call the main motion, please.
As amended.
As amended.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
For.
Mayor Hogue,
Or
Councilmember Kellum,
Against.
Councilmember Morrison,
Against.
Councilmember Raymond.
For.
okay, the main motion passes, and we have to see that within 30 days, all corrected. Otherwise, the $47,425 lien stands.
We'll bring it back to you at your next meeting.
Thank you, sir. And that's less than 30 days, hopefully. Okay, let me find my agenda here. Got stuff strewn all over the place. All right, we had item number 1 and 3 was full. Mr. Morrison?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 1, I think we were, first of all, Dave and Mia, all who were a part of, that's the most minutes I've ever seen in my life. I know you all worked very hard to get that together. So good job. But, due to the time it took, I don't think there's a reason. I have not got a chance because they were still coming in, I think yesterday, last night, or I don't remember the last, that's when I got to it. I have not even read through all the entire minutes. And so for the reason, I think there's 60, 70 pages worth. And I don't feel comfortable taking this up tonight. I move, and we can discuss this obviously, but I move that we postpone the minutes and vote on them at the next council meeting when I have a chance to read all of them thoroughly, because I don't think any of us had enough time to get through them all, unless.
Vicky? Okay.
I'll
You're muted.
second that. I agree.
Well, you don't have a motion, but let's hear the council first. Angela, you had your hand up?
Yes, I do have a comment about the minutes. At the July 8th meeting, at the end of the meeting, you said, Mayor, and I say this respectfully, you said as far as closing City Hall, that you would listen to the council. And Mickey Kellum and Wes Morrison and I all agreed that we should keep City Hall open. And then all of a sudden you adjourned the meeting. And I do think that we need to make some corrections there. And Wes Morrison was still talking at the end. And I think he had something to say about this. And I object to this because 3 of us decided that with the closed doors, that there was secured office space for people to work effectively through the coronavirus. And we have to look at the whole picture. I feel that, you know, of course we want the safety of our staff. However, when City Hall closes, so does the rec department. And I still think that it is good for people to exercise, and it's good for people to play tennis and pickleball, etc. And this is important for our city too, to get through this. This is how some of us find peace. So I do think that that needs to be corrected, that part of the very final. 3 of us did decide. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? I would be in favor because I did get, I didn't really read heavily through them. I scanned through them real quick. I did pick all mine up as soon as I was noted. I did get a little reading time late this afternoon on it too, but I haven't finished them all. I don't have a problem with postponing it until the next meeting. And any corrections can be made.
Yeah.
So we just need a motion to do it. Let's put that one away.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we postpone the approval of the minutes, item number 1, which is June 16th, July 2nd, and July 8th, to the next regular city council meeting.
Okay.
I second it.
All right. We have a second on the item number 1, and we'll go to public participation before we vote. Daniel. Anybody have their hands up on this?
Pardon me, Mayor. As minutes are ministerial, I don't believe they're open for public comment.
Okay, well, we had one before on the reduction of the lanes. We let people speak on the lane reduction.
Okay. If I could get clarification from Anthony on that, I believe that public participation does not apply to ministerial items.
Yeah, the public participation requirement, I don't believe applies to, well, it does not apply to ministerial items. I believe that includes minutes. However, if the council wants to receive public comment regarding minutes, it's your prerogative.
I just want to cover the bases because I hear about it when I don't.
Yeah, but I don't believe it's required by law on minutes.
Then I'll ignore it then. We'll go on and vote on it. Call the question.
One moment. Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
4.
Mayor Hogue,
4.
Councilmember Kellum,
4.
Councilmember Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Raymond.
4.
And I would also add, Mayor, that, minutes are on consent agenda and members of the public can provide public comment on consent agenda during public participation.
They can?
Understand.
Not.
They can.
Yeah, all consent agenda items are open for public comment under the public participation section of the meeting.
Right. but I just trying to make everything right. You don't get all the news I get.
You were going above and beyond, Mayor.
Okay, we're gonna go on to item number 3. That was Mr. Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this one ties tentative the village rate. Let me get to it here with you. We are taking the millage rate down. That's great. But we are not going to effectively lower taxes for people. And I don't think anyone here ran on a campaign of saying, I'm going to increase taxes. I'll say it again. We're not increasing the rate, but this is a tax increase. And what I propose is we're so close that we get this either, I would like to go below the rollback rate. And the loss in revenues was about $85,000. I'm confident we can make that up. But even if we can't, we got to figure out how to make it up because there's a way. We've got a big contingency. We've got different ways. Could be costs that we can cut. But I am not in support of passing this rate. I understand wholeheartedly that this is a tentative rate. And then we can't go up after this, we can go down. I don't even want to reserve the right to raise taxes on people this year. And so my hope is that this council, especially coming off of COVID and the financial impacts people are, if we can't figure out how to cover $85,000 in our $30 million budget, then we got to do something different. And I think we can do it. I believe in this council. So I think that's what I wanted to do. And then after that, if we can go lower, great. But I don't want to approve a tentative millage rate that's going to pull more money out of the taxpayers this year. I think we can go below. I'd set it at the roll. I'd like to go 1 decimal of a penny below the rollback rate. And if we can cut out more, that's great. This is a year we're going to have to try to help as much as we can. And we're going to make almost $5 million in ad valorem revenue, lower it by 80,000. I think we can handle this. And again, if we can't, let's figure out a way to do it. So that's it.
Angela, you got your hand up?
I agree with Councilman Morrison. I think that this is the year that we definitely need to go back and we just make sure that we do have lower taxes and keep it that way. And I thought that we did. I had the meeting yesterday with John and Todd, and I thought that our taxes were going to be lower again this year. Maybe I misunderstood. Todd, can you correct me on this, please?
Yes, John and I were very clear that we were reducing the rate of the taxes, but we were not going to roll back in this proposal.
So are taxes going to be lower or not?
Tax rate.
The tax rate would be lower. So if your property increases in value and taxable value, you would pay more, even if potentially if the rate decreased, depending on how much you raised in value.
Okay, thank you.
Angela, this is John. Angela, if I could just share this with you. If we went from the decreased rate that we've chose here, that I discussed with all of you, and we went to rollback, let me give you an example. So if a person has a property at $340,000, their taxes based on what Wes is proposing to go to rollback will be reduced $22. If a person has $100,000, their taxes would go down $6.56. Just to give you an example of the impact to the folks.
And some of the places at Cape Canaveral don't even pay any taxes because they're below the three reductions that the county gives you on your homestead. So,
right.
You got some places don't even pay an ad valorem. I think going to rollback's good, but I think we also have a lot of costs that we're not going to incur, and we're really not even guaranteed we're going to get all that CARE Act money that's out there that we're supposed to get. So, I've always been in favor of going. In fact, I think I was the guy that created the rollback in the city when I talked about it one night and got the city to go below rollback for the first time in history of anybody that I have ever known. And I've never heard of a city going below rollback taxes. But I think this year we're in a pretty tight situation. And yeah, we have, I agree with you, Wes. We have the money in contingency to always go in there and just dip it out of there. But I think I'm going to be paying a little bit extra on my evaluation, but I could sell my house probably for 10,000 times of what I got to pay. So or whatever the number. I don't want to say 10,000 because I'll have somebody questioning me on the right. But I'm saying, I think a slight increase like John gave you on a $300,000 home, that puts my house in that category or a little above, but I don't have a problem with $22. I know anybody that does own shouldn't have a problem with it. But there are houses that they're not even taxed in the city. We have several of those. One day I think we should have the numbers run on that and see where we could use some improvement on a lot of houses that bring the tax base up. I've always been in support of what you're saying, but I think this year, $85,000 of the $34 million budget, that's not a lot of money, but it could be a lot of money if we really get hit hard. And we don't know where this is going. We're just, we're hopefully guessing right. Let's put it that way. So I won't support going to rollback this year. Any other year? Yeah, I've always supported it. I gave birth to that baby, so I'll stick with it. But I think what we've got proposed before us is kind of really where we need to stand in my book. Any other comments? No comments. We need a motion.
Yeah, that was it. So I don't want to increase taxes, and I know we say below the rate, but that's what it is. This is a tax increase, and it's just not worth it. It's not worth the $85,000. We will figure out a way to make that work. We will do whatever we need to do. We're 2% over our reserves. We got over the threshold. We have contingency. We can cut costs. We can, like Todd was saying, we're building a multi-million-dollar, multi-generational facility in a Cape Center. Maybe we don't do granite. Maybe we hold off on the luxuries and say, you know what? No, this year it ain't worth $85,000 to put the word tax increase into my head. And so, yeah, it's a small on that example, but some people pay more. We know how it goes. Some people pay less. And to me, if this was $200,000, $300,000 in revenue, maybe, but that's it. I feel like we can figure this out. We end every year with cash forward. And so I already can tell you there's areas in this budget, I can find $85,000 pretty quickly, or we just hold off on a project for 1 year. That's it. $85,000 worth of projects that we hold off on. Like I said, that lien reduction that we were doing, there was 40,000 of it right now, and so that's the point. If I want to make a motion that we change this to at the rollback rate, and then we can go down from there. And so I move that we lower the tentative approved millage rate to the rollback rate.
I'll second it.
Hey, we have a motion. We have a motion and a second to go to the rollback rate. Motion by Mr. Morrison, second by Mrs. Kellum. Discussion, council?
Well,
Angela?
Okay.
Angela? I can't read sign language, but all
Right. No, I was going to let Mike Brown go. But I've already come up with more than $85,000. that is going to be omitted from the budget. I pointed that out, and that's going to be taken care of. So I assume after my talk with Todd and John, some of the things that I pointed out are going to be removed. So, and then next month, when we get the budget presented to us, those things will be omitted. Is that correct, Todd? That
Yes,
I pointed out, those have already been omitted.
We will
So
omit. Yes.
and they equaled more than $85,000, correct?
John, do you recall the amount?
I recall it.
Excuse me, I recall the amount. Yes, it's more than 85,000, but let me just say this, and council makes this decision, okay? And so it's more than 85,000, but just remember, we had this discussion, and if you want to go to rollback, that's great, but you're giving up 85,000. You're saying, yeah, I know, because we reduced the budget in a couple areas, Angela. Yes, we did. It's over 85,000. Just remember that, though, when we're negotiating for the MGF and doing these other things, and we're trying to make the city better in those respects. But yes, the answer is yes. It's more than 85,000. So there you go.
Thank you.
That's really good news, Angela. You win the best reward of the day. I mean, the fact that you found that proves the whole point. Just think about that. Thank you for sharing. I mean, we can do this.
Okay, we have a motion. Mia, would you repeat the motion so everybody understands it, and we'll call the motion if everybody's through.
The motion that I recorded was is to change at the rollback rate and then lower the tentative proposed millage rate.
Mia, to simplify, the motion is to reduce the overall tax rate to rollback.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna, Angela?
Mayor Pro Tem had his hand up. He would like to say something.
Oh, I didn't see.
Thank you.
I'm looking over it. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
The only thing I was going to say, Mayor, any other year this wouldn't be an issue, but there's some underlying factors that are coming in that everybody wants to show that they're cutting back on taxes for whatever particular reason they want to show that. So I am against it. They know and I know what's going on, and I am against a rollback. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Mayor, if I could make a comment to save
Yes, sir,
some
John.
for efficiency for all council. Now, Councilman Morrison wants to go to rollback. So in the August 18 meeting, there will be, an agenda item that shows rollback. I think this council at this time, though, needs to decide and not decide on August 18th if $85,000 is enough, because to come back and say, okay, now let's go below rollback, this will change the budget considerably, probably about 25, 30 pages. So I think it would be efficient of this council to make a decision now to say, we're going to rollback, do the agenda item for August 18th, you go to rollback, and we can get a final budget for you. Unless for some reason, $85,000 is not going to be enough, and you want to go to 150,000, which means we'll have to change it again. So I'm just asking a question just for efficiency. Does anybody have any thoughts on that?
Council? I'm
Yes.
good to go.
I'd like to respect the process. And John, I know that's a tall order to ask. I mean, we heard for the first time today the presentation of the budget, but we've got to go through these iterations and find places to cut. If I have to make a decision tonight on how much, I wouldn't be able to give a a good answer until we really dig into this thing, which is usually about the second or third workshop. But I hear you loud and clear. I mean, to me, I think I want to go below the rollback rate. And so I understand, I think that the pressures are going to be there, but I like what Angela talked about. I love that. I want to see in there where she, cut that. And then I've got a few other options too, but today we didn't really get into that. And that's why I'm looking forward to that.
Wes, if I may say that Angela found $125,000 because of things you're going to find out about later in this meeting, then are you trying to be even Steven to where August 18th, you'll say, okay, John, you're at rollback to 3.6396. Get me, John, to 125,000 instead of 85,000. And I say, okay, Wes, that number would be 3.297 or something like that. See, that's all I'm saying. That's where I'm going with this. Like, so when we get to there, and when you see the economy, you should say, geez, we could do 170,000. Let's take it down to 3.5897. That's all I'm saying, Wes. There's got to be some point where you say, how much do you want to give up? And with Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem Brown brings up a very good thing. It's like don't cut off your nose. Maybe you want to give the rollback, but be careful because an extra 70,000, if you decide to go 70,000 more, that could be critical because we do not know how this is what's gonna happen in the fall. That's all I'm saying.
But the financial presentation that I heard is we're financially strong. We're going to be okay. But then when it comes to cutting taxes, it's like, whoa, be careful. You can't make that up. And so
Well, Wes, I know, but if you're hearing me, what I'm saying is when you come to the August 18th meeting and we're rollback and you say, let's cut another 70,000. Well, now we're getting less financially stable. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's your decision. Your council, you make the decision.
Yeah, we all have what we think the priorities are. And I think, we're not talking about cutting core services, but to me, we can survive this 80,000. I'm not prepared to know how low I would be able to go just getting into this budget, but I do want to go lower. And, I'm only going to be able to get as far as 2 other council members agree with me. And so, we all respect you, John. And if you're saying, hey, that's going to hurt, I think we're not going to go that way. But, I'd love to cut taxes by 20% this year if we could do it in revenues, not in the actual millage rate. And so we'll see what makes sense.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, Wes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mickey?
Mr. Mayor, I know we're in the middle of a discussion, but can we take a break for 5 minutes? Because my iPad is dying and I need to switch to a computer.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
8 o'clock.
Okay.
8 o'clock right now, so take 5.
Mia. Is Mia
Yes,
on
ma'am.
there?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I'm trying to switch to the computer because I don't know why my iPad's not charging, but
Oh, no.
what do I have to do to the computer to be seen?
Are you sitting at that's not a computer there. That's just a,
No, I'm at Daniel's computer.
oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because
Well,
I
I
see,
just,
because I see the sign behind you.
okay, I'm moving now.
I don't, if you've never logged in to that computer, Mickey, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm already logged in. Oh, I see myself now. Okay.
Okay.
I
Okay.
got it.
You got it. Okay. Woo.
Thank you. I don't know how to. Oh, jeez. Hello?
I can hear you.
I think you're hearing me on the iPad. How do you hear
Yeah.
me?
You're going to have to use your iPad because that computer doesn't have a microphone and audio for, I mean, I'd have to sit there and fiddle around with it to get it to work.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Are you able to look at the meeting? You can see the meeting on it?
Yes, I can.
Well, you can use both devices, but you're saying that your iPad is dying. Is that the problem?
Yes. Let me see if I can plug it in somewhere else and see if it works. Hang on.
Okay. Okay. There's plugs on the other side of the computer. Sorry, you're
Okay.
having to do all that.
I'm sorry too. I don't know. It's been plugged in this whole time and it's just,
It wasn't charging.
no.
Darn it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to wiggle those around.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
I'm gonna try another plug.
Okay.
I'm sorry about this.
No, it's okay.
Oh, yeah. See, it says it's charging, but it's down to 6%.
It may be the charger. You know, sometimes the charger will act funky. Have you been having problems with that plug at
No.
all? No.
Mm-mm.
You can try plugging it into the side of the computer.
Oh, yeah, let me
The
try.
USB.
Yeah, let me try that.
Okay.
Well, here comes Daniel. He's gonna help me.
Yay!
Oh, cool. Thank you.
And bring you a cord or something if you need.
Yes. Thank you.
I hope it's the same kind of connector. Excuse me, I would ask my wife. I know better than to.
You better.
Well, that did not sound good. I would.
See how it says it's charging, but it's down to 5%. And I guess I can't get it on that. I mean, they can see me on that, but they can't hear me.
That's okay.
Angela. We,
No, you know, this is all the more reason why we really need to get back into the council chamber, in my opinion.
if only we didn't have COVID.
Well, but I think we can handle it.
Hang on, we're having technical difficulties here. Let me see if I plug this in. I need a solar panel power. Okay, so how would I do that? I'm just gonna give you my phone and you can figure it out. You need to mute on it.
I just want everybody to know we're not the only city that is having these problems.
We all are.
We attended, Daniel and I attended a Brevard County City Clerks Association meeting, and other cities are having technical difficulties as well. So we're not the only one.
Oh, not at all.
You guys are doing a good job, Mia. Daniel, I know it's hard work to keep us all organized on these meetings. So, and you're doing a good job, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes, thank y'all.
Uh-oh, Mayor, your mouth is moving, but we can't hear you.
I see it. I unmuted myself. I say if Mickey's got vision, she's got the video going, but
Yeah.
if she loses sound, is there any way she could do it on phone?
I think that's what Daniel was trying to assist her with,
Okay.
because I heard him say phone too.
Okay. No, she's not. She's talking about we can't hear her or whatever she's.
Okay, Daniel brought me his charger. It looks like it might be working.
We can
Yay!
hear you.
I can hear you, I can see you. So far, so good.
So far, you're good.
Excellent.
Is your percentage going up on your thing?
No, it's coming down. Yep. Oh, Lord.
I wish I could read lips, but I can't.
Well, that's probably a good thing right now.
Oh. Well, I mean, what do we do? We've already been 11 minutes. So
Five.
can we proceed on? And if
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
hopefully we get through whatever we need to do. All right, I think we got a motion on the floor, was it?
Yes.
Didn't we have a motion on the floor?
Yeah, a motion to reduce the overall tentative proposed millage to below rollback. And we did have a second from Mickey.
Right. Okay, so we got a motion and we got the second, so everybody understand the motion was to go below rollback. So
No, the motion isn't to go below rollback.
To
You can't
rollback.
deter-
go back to rollback, I'm sorry.
To rollback.
Go back to rollback. I'm sorry, I said below. Go below rollback. Okay.
That's my fault. I said to below.
Yeah.
So it's to rollback. Okay.
Go back to rollback.
Thank you.
And John, this is Anthony. What is that number, please?
3.6396. 3.6396.
So that would be part of the motion?
That is the motion.
Yeah,
The motion-
That is the
it's an equivalent statement, Mia.
Okay.
The
I didn't know
reason
if I
why
need-
I bring that up is because it needs to be publicly announced as to what that millage rate is, along with the upcoming trim hearings that the council is going to conduct, which is stated in the agenda. that information then gets sent to the property appraiser.
Okay.
So you need to have that
Right.
specificity.
And August 4th, I tell the state that I put the 3.6396 in there because that's the direction of council, and then we go from there.
Okay. We all through? We can go ahead and call the motion then. We're gonna call the motion to go to rollback 3.6396.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
Against?
Mayor Hogue,
Against?
Councilmember Kellum,
For.
Councilmember Morrison,
Or
Councilmember Raymond,
For.
Okay, then the millage rate was set at 3.6396 tentatively. And it was a 3-2. Okay, that answers that question. We can move on to item number 7. This is item number 7, approve employment agreement by and between the city manager, Todd Morley, and the mayor, and the city manager. Open discussion. Council? Anybody got their hands? Mickey?
Yes, I would like to say a few things about it. I think I read through the contract. I think it's a pretty good contract. It's kind of spelled, everything is spelled out. The only thing that I would like to bring up to the council and have their input on it is, I thought that the automobile allowance of $350 a month, I would like to see the city be the leader in our area, and maybe, you know, with consensus of the council, give the city manager, who is on call 24 hours a day, a solar car, that's in our fleet. I talked to Zach about it today. I think that that would set a good example for us to be more resilient and sustainable, and starting with our city manager, who would have a solar powered car.
Vicki, this is Todd, and I'm just joking. Do they make them that can fit a 6'6" guy?
Well, they have the
Got a hole in the roof.
I know that Toyota are bigger than the other cars. I mean, it shows that the city is taking the first steps, you know, from leadership down on sustainability. And we're working to, according to Zach, working towards changing our fleet to, you know, solar powered electrical cars. And it, you know, it's an incentive for other people. I think it would help us maintain or get closer to our sustainability. And then we wouldn't, you know, the gas money, the mileage on your car, things like that. I just think it would be a good something to work towards right now. With everybody working remotely, the cars are in the parking lot night and weekends. And, you know, for you to use it back and forth to your home, I think it would be a great idea for us to start out with that, you know, lead by example. That was just my thoughts. Other than that, I think it's a good contract. The only thing is on B, the employment, it doesn't have a time. Like, is it for a year, 2 years, 5 years? I didn't see a specific time how long this contract was for.
Yeah, it is not for a term. It is a continual agreement until terminated in accordance with the contract.
Mhm. Okay, but other than that, like I said, I talked to Zach, our sustainability manager, and he thought it was a good idea. You know, maybe down the road when trucks come out with electric power, we can purchase one down the road, but we do have vehicles that we could use. Just an idea, I'd like to see what the rest of the council thinks. That was the only thing I thought would be really good for our city, that, you know, save the money. It's $4,000 and something a year that we would save on automobile allowance. You don't need to buy gas. You can save money on that. And that was my thoughts. Other than that, I'm good.
Good thought.
Okay.
Mike?
I had a question for you. I had a question, Todd. The salary is $21,680. When are the city employees getting their 3%?
Each of them is eligible for up to the maximum at their anniversary date. So it's different for everybody.
So when is your anniversary date?
If this is approved, it will be June, whatever the last council meeting was 18th?
16th.
Yeah.
June 16th. Is the
June 16th would be
effective
the anniversary date.
So does that mean that beside that $21,680, you'd get another 3%, or you would not?
No, I'm not subject to that.
Until June 16th, this coming year.
The city council I would be eligible for review and evaluation June 16th, 2021, at which point council could do a merit increase.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Comments? What?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I got something. That was what Mayor Pro Tem Brown brought up. That is the way I was reading it. And I want to make sure that the agreement's right, not with that it fits our intentions. Because I think it read the way, like right after this, you would actually qualify for another raise. And so if it's not worded that way, then no problem. But I agree. If it's like you said it is, Todd, then that's great.
Yeah,
it sounds like
to clarify, Councilmember Morrison, I expect to do a fantastic job, but the council would only recognize that in June of 2021 for the first time.
Got it. Okay. Can we, is it worded like that in the agreement?
If you take a look at section 2, it states that salaries payable in installments at the same time as other city employees are paid, with an evaluation for a potential increase in base salary as determined by the city council at the council's discretion. So as Todd indicated, he'll be subject to an evaluation, at which time the council can decide whether he should receive an increase.
Okay. Got it. Just want to, and I got a few points here, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the clarity, Anthony and Todd. What Mickey's talking about is, Councilmember Kellum, excuse me, on the car. Yeah, I was looking at that too. I love the idea of an electric vehicle, but the way I saw it was, you know, this car allowance is not for Todd, just like any other employee, to drive back and forth every single day. Now, if it was an electric car, you know, that'd be great. But it's for, like you said, the 24/7. It's that call at 2 o'clock in the morning because something broke down at infrastructure and he's got to be here, or just take the call and direct that we need. And I think that in the event that there's trips above and beyond the standard, like all the employees, no one gets paid to come to work normally. But anything like going to a training, going above and beyond at non-normal, standard time frames, that to me would certainly qualify for a time to make sure that he's getting compensated. And I think the way we handle that, just like we handle it with us with council or any other employee, is that, you know, they're reimbursed at the rate of 53 or whatever it is cents per mile. And so I felt like when I was reading it, that was the cleaner way to handle it, because all this is really just, you might as well just put it with the salary, because it's just cash. And to me, if we're looking out for the city, I think it makes the best interest to reimburse Todd for any trips above and beyond. And I mean, I don't know if this is going to be a lot of trips. I don't see, especially with COVID, us traveling as much. And so to me, I felt like a reimbursement for any trips above and beyond, we would compensate at the government rate of 50 something cents or whatever the standard is for the other employees. I think that's the cleanest, safest way to go about it. And so we can come back to that, but I've got a note that is an item I'd like to address. In respect to the rest of the agreement, let's go to section 11C. 11C, which is on page 5 of 8. And so down towards the bottom, it's kind of a long, dense paragraph there. It says towards the middle, let me see here if I got this right. I want to make sure. I'm sorry. 2B. Gosh, I'm a bozo. Sorry about that, everyone. Section 2B. So go back. On the second page, it says such evaluation towards the bottom there shall be in such a form as the city council and city manager agree. I have no idea why, you know, I think that would be a council decision. I move that we strike through city manager. You know, the evaluation is what this council believes are the performance that we measure. And so I think we should remove city manager in both spaces of that section. And it just says such evaluation shall be in such a form that council agrees upon and be made between May and July of each year in this agreement, effective unless otherwise determined by the city council, and then strike through the second city manager there. I don't get to agree to my work evaluations. I just have to adhere to them. And so I think that to me is unnecessary. We should take that out. Now, I don't know how we want to handle this, if we want to take them one at a time, but I'm just going to jot that down. 2B, city manager is my proposal, is to remove that and just make it the city council. And then the next section, now we can go to 11C. I was trying to take these in order. So 11C, down towards the bottom there, it says if city council terminates the city manager for the cause pursuant to this subsection, the city manager's sole legal or equitable remedies is in action in the court appropriate jurisdiction and venue. I don't know why we have that in there. I don't think that's needed. I think that's just the way it's handled in any court or any dispute. I could be wrong, but I propose that we strike through that whole sentence. And then it goes on to say that next long sentence there, if said court determines that the city council did not properly terminate the city manager for cause under this agreement, the parties agree that such termination from employment shall be deemed a termination without cause, and the provisions of section 11B shall be apply entirety, including the payment of severance and accrued paid time off, and the court may grant such other relief deemed lawful and appropriate. I move that we strike through and the court may grant such other relief deemed lawful. I don't know, you know, you got two parties here. We've got the citizens of the Cape Canaveral, the taxpayers, and we have Todd. And we've got, you know, I think Anthony is quasi mediating, just bridging the gap between it. But I don't know how that protects the citizens of Cape Canaveral, and that the court may such grant other relief deemed lawful and appropriate. I think that we should strike through that too, and it should just end at paid time off. So those two sentences. So I propose 11C, the first sentence, 11C down towards the bottom, that starts with if city council terminates, and then the last part of the last sentence, starting at the word and the court may grant such a relief deemed lawful. The next one, we get in to section 11E. Section 11E. In the event the city manager is charged by indictment or information with a felony crime, the city council at its sole discretion may suspend the city manager from his duties with pay. I think it should say the opposite, may suspend without pay. I don't understand why we would say it that way. May suspend with pay in section 11E should actually say, in my opinion, may suspend without pay. 11E change may suspend to without pay. That's my proposal. One more comment on the car. You know, if it would be better. What I do like about what you said, Councilman McCallum, is in that case, the city at least owns the asset, the car, and Todd's benefiting from being able to use it opposed to the other way around. And so I just had a note on that too. The next section here, the indefinite agreement. I understand that council has the ability to terminate at any time, but I think that these perpetual contracts that you see often, I don't think that I like the idea of having a finite amount of time, because what it does is it sets an expectation that, hey, at 3 years, 2 years, we're going to go look under the hood and we're going to examine. Every year we're doing these evaluations, but I think it changes, it puts a positive mechanism in there for not only the city manager, but for the citizens to work towards this end. It's like a college football coach. They say, always just give them 3 years. And so I would be in favor of doing a 3-year agreement opposed to just perpetual, never ending, and that we go back and we actually include that. So I don't like that it's indefinite with no final date. And yeah, for the same reasons, you know, we have term limits on us, and I think that's a good mechanism. Todd is pretty comparable from the federal level. He would be like the executive branch. I mean, he would be like the president of the United States, obviously not elected, but there's term limits there that says, hey, we're going to seriously reassess to this date opposed to just business as usual. And, you know, we can set all of our goals around that date. We can really take a deep dive and measure. And so I do think that that's healthy and if everything is going good, you renew for another term. It says, and I'm trying to get to it here. Seems like there's an inconsistency here. And this is, I think I got a couple more, but this is where I'm going to stop. section 11C and section 13, those two, 11C is where we can start. And we went through this earlier. It talks about, at least seems like there's a different standard there. Actually, the standard for the indemnification in section 13 appears substantially more protective than the negligence standard imposed in 11C concerning severance. So what I'm saying is the language used to make these standards similar, that either negligence in 11C is changed to broaden. It seems like the standards in 13. It's like on one hand, we indemnify and basically Todd at the could go and be basically funded by the taxpayers to go and to defend himself in one section, but not in the other. That seemed a little conflicting to me. That I like the way it's written in the first section, 11C, but then 13, it kind of says, oh no, but we're going to come back and specifically, it says this, we're going to hold the city manager harmless against any and all civil claims, demands, actions, suits, expenses, loss, including reasonable attorney fees, arising of the omission of the city manager within the scope of his duties, except for the omissions exhibiting wanton or willful disregard of human rights. And that was the section there. And it says that he may choose to reimburse the city manager for legal fees incurred as a result of the covered loss. Those seemed conflicting, those two, 11C and 13. And I'm going to stop there. Let me make sure I've got this covered. Those were them. So from the top, if you want to start at the first one, we can come back through once everybody else has a chance to talk, but I can go through them much quicker now. And if you feel that that's going to be helpful. So that's all I have for now. Thank you. Oh, no, one more, the big one. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. The pay scale, when we look at the chart that was provided to us, there's a glaring error in that chart, which made me question all of the data. The first one is that you look there, you've got Mark Ryan, who I know. He was my city manager when I lived in Titusville growing up. He's been there for 40 something years. And I actually spoke with the organization that did this chart, and they said it was an error, that they wanted to have total years of experience for these city managers. And so when you look at Jim McKnight, anyone who knows Cocoa Beach Jim McKnight knows that he was the city manager at Rockledge for 30 years. And then he got hired in January of 2017, and he's been there 3.5 years. But just look down at this chart and it says Jim McKnight's 1 year. And so then when you look at his pay, you see like he's at $135,000. Yeah, but that was for a 30-year veteran city manager. When you go down to Courtney Barker, she is at $122,000 for it. At the time of this, she had 6 years. She's up to 7 years of experience. And so we are putting our rate up there close to that. I do think that we should seriously consider bringing that down and working towards Todd as he gets experience to compensate in a manner that's a little bit more suitable. Todd's been with us a long time, but to come in at basically in the same ballpark as a Jim McKnight, or Mark Ryan, I'm just saying their names because of the years of experience. That to me isn't very that doesn't make a lot of sense. So I think certainly needs a good wage, but that one jumped out at me, and the data again was incorrect there. So that's that. And the severance pay, the fact that the state law has a maximum of 20 weeks in severance pay. I don't know why we're maxing that out. What I would like to do is say, Todd, after 1 year with us, we'll do 5 weeks of severance pay. After 2 years, we'll do 10 weeks. After 3 years, we'll do 15 weeks. And if you're stayed with us for 4 years, then we'll go up to the full 20 weeks. But to start with that, meaning if Todd just qualified for severance pay in 2 months, we have to pay out a full 20 weeks. I think that that's something that's very standard to be earned as you stay in that position and do a good job. So I'd like to see a scaled severance pay, 5, 10, 15, 20. He can be up to the full 20 weeks in 48 months, 4 years, get him there. But to start there, I don't think that that's the best approach. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sir, thank you. Okay. Anybody want to weigh in? Mr. Brown?
Okay. Well, the first thing I'd like to say that we can all find different situations for city managers that are going to fit the situation we want them to fit. I can bring in the city manager for a town that I used to live in, Juno Beach, that has 3,000 residents that pays their city manager $170,000. So everybody's going to have a situation that's going to fit their particular need. What we haven't taken into account is we keep forgetting that Todd's been with the city for almost 20 years, and that should be worth something. I understand that he hasn't been city manager for all that time, but he has knowledge and he has worked with employees and he has worked with the city. So I'd be willing to, as far as the base salary, I think the base salary, 120. I think 120 is a good starting point. And I think that, but I agree with Councilman Kellum about the car, providing a car. In the 5 years severance, I would be willing to do a tiered for the severance, like Councilman Morrison said. But as far as the salary, I think 120 is a good starting point. I think there's a good idea about the car providing a car, and a tiered severance package. Everything else, I'm in total agreement with what's provided or what's proposed. Thank you.
Okay, Mickey? I'm sorry. Have you got Mike, Mickey?
Angela had her hand raised.
Oh, Angela. I thought you did. Angela, okay. I'm just looking around. I have to write once in a while to look up, and I think I see things. All right, Angela, go ahead.
All right, I agree with Wes on the severance pay. That is a good tiered option. However, I do not agree with the salary. I have to say, I think highly of Todd, but when he became the interim city manager, he received $93,600. And excuse me, that was his salary when he became the interim city manager. At that point, the mayor and the HR director agreed to a 20% increase, and that took his salary to $112,320. And I feel that that's a good starting salary, because I think even during the interim is a little bit different than being appointed the city manager. I feel that there are things that, of course, we're learning all the time, but I do feel that that is good. The $112,320. I agree with that. I don't agree with the $121,000. And in Todd's In Todd's own words tonight, he said, uncertainty, we have uncertainty about expenses versus income, our revenue. He said that as we were talking about the budget. And it is because of the COVID-19, I agree. I think that we need to think about this seriously. I think that the 112 is good. The 112, 320 is good for the year because at that point, it's a 20% raise. Most people only get a 3% raise. And right now, I understand, I did some research today. I talked to some big companies and some people who work for big companies, and the CEOs have not received a raise. In fact, they have cut their own salaries. And that's what's happening in a lot of big companies today. And they're taking a cut. And they also cut a lot of employees because of this uncertain time that we're in. And I just feel that after 1 year, we'll see what happens. I think that he's done a good job. I think it's been a very trying time. Again, uncertainty with this COVID-19. But I don't think there's anything wrong with 112, $320. I'm looking out for the citizens of Cape Canaveral. And I feel that this is fair because, as I said, it was 20%, which I think is a good raise. And most people don't ever see a 20% raise. I never saw a 20% raise. And the teachers have never seen a 20% raise in Brevard County. And I think when you look at our citizens, I think that they will wholeheartedly agree with me on this. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, anybody else? Nikki, did you have anything you want to say?
I just had one comment there. I agree with you, Angela, on that. And the other thing I wanted to point out is that, I mean, like Cocoa Beach, 204 employees, 114 part-time employees, over 300 employees. When you look at Titusville, 508 employees. Now it's a bigger city, but just using Satellite Beach, 89 plus 32, almost 100 employees. We've structured to where we've got, under 50, mid 40s is where we range. And so that's really the one thing I want to be sensitive to for Todd is how many people is he having to manage at a time? And, it's not even comparable to, the other ones, Cocoa Beach. I mean, gosh, Melbourne, 835 employees. And so to me, I like it. I like the way we're set up. I agree with Angela. I think that when you look at the job, it's under 40 employees with a few, directors really running. I think that we are coming in a little heavy off the bat. I don't know where we started Mr. Green at. I think he started just at 100 and then got some quick raises there, but he came in with decades of experience as well. And I hear you, Mayor Pro Tem Brown, on 18 years, been here, but this is an executive position. And I think that we can put the benchmarks in there to work Todd up to that instead of just coming out on day one with it. So those were the additional comments. I'm just saying, I agree with you, Councilmember Raymond, on the pay level. I think we can give something that is good for everyone here. And keep in mind, this is what Todd asked for. And if I was Todd, I'd ask for whatever I thought I was worth. But I also know that, that's not how the real world works. And people are losing their jobs. People are getting laid off, or people are losing their businesses. Income levels are depleting. And we've got a tight budget ahead. And so just some beautiful points you made, Angela. I agree with you 100%. So that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments? Mr. Morley,
Yes, sir.
is Miss Hauser on board tonight?
Melinda, are you there? Daniel,
Yes.
do you? Okay,
Can
she's
you
there.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna bring something out that wasn't even mentioned, and I kind of agree with some points that have been brought up on the contract. I have some opposition to some of the points, but I'm going to ask the question. I know it's an unprepared thing to you, Ms. Hauser, but what is the salary? Mr. Morley was topped out, I believe, around 99,000 in his category as economics director.
No, sir. The tap out is 85,000, but what happens is we give a lump sum for that, 3% discretionary to the city manager, and then that lump sum adds up to approximately a low 90,000, close to what Angela had said. But I believe one of those amounts was some, I'm not for sure, I don't have the file in front of me, but I can't quote exactly, but it was in the low 90s.
Melinda, if I can help you, Melinda, it was exactly 93,600 as the base salary.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I couldn't remember what the number was, but I know it was a lot, almost as much as you're making now. You're taking on the city manager's position for another 25, 30, what is it? 30,000, say 30,000, round it off real quick. You're being a city manager for 30,000 plus an economics development director. Okay, are we gonna forget about him doing two jobs? Y'all want to hire an economics director and let Todd just go at 100,000 or whatever y'all are proposing? I hear all kinds of numbers here. I'm satisfied with the 120, 680 because he falls in on fourth in the county, regardless of how many years. We've had people Sad Life each had 40 something years as a city manager one time.
Excuse me, Bob.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
John. Yeah, you know, the council was extremely smart in your 4-1 vote previously to bring Todd on as the city manager. And probably at the time you didn't realize that by doing that, and the citizens didn't realize this, will be happy to hear, because of that economic development position going into community development. And that's where Angela's talking about part of the savings is probably about a total of maybe $120,000. So we're not going to have that economic development position. So when I hear everybody talking here, worried about paying Todd an extra $12K or $13K after you're having him fill two positions, there ain't nobody in Cape Canaveral that would want to agree with that analogy. I mean, by selecting him, y'all saved $120,000, and now you're going to use him for both entities. But now you're also kind of saying, well, he's not up to that yet. We're talking $12,000, okay, from the 110 to the 120. So I'm a little, as finance director, you want to go after and say you want these dollars here, but you don't want to spend these dollars. I mean, can't somebody really think about all those other savings? And we have more savings, Angela, too, don't we? Maybe another 50,000. So why we talk here and battle over Todd getting an extra 12K, and now maybe we're going to save 170,000. I mean, come on, this guy's going to lead our city and 24/7, and to compare him to other, we're Cape Canaveral. We're not any of these other cities to compare their salaries. That's all I got to say. So if you think this discussion's worth $12,000, then, you know.
Mayor Hogue, this is the HR lady.
Yes, Melinda.
In addition, our prior city manager was paid when he left approximately $156,000, $395,000 for that last year. That does not include his benefits on top of that, sir. So by the economic development position not being fulfilled, and the $120,000 being saved that the finance director just mentioned, the difference between the recommended salary for Mr. Morley and the difference of our old city manager is an additional savings.
But I'm not worried about what happened years back or a couple of years. I'm looking at the future, and if we're just giving Todd a $12,000 raise from what he makes for doing a job that tops out at $93,000, I think 2 or 3 years you're going to be realizing this. You're going to be realizing more money than you're paid him by just the savings. I don't know why we're discussing nickels and dimes on what he's going to get here, what he's going to get there. When I look at the overall picture of what he's doing for the small amount of money that he's getting, I wouldn't do it. Personally, me, I wouldn't do it. That's a lot of responsibility. He's taking on a job that he was making in $93,000 after just a $12,000 raise. And he's doing the job that you're hiring to do on top of that. So I'm not going to support anything other than what's written on the book. And yeah, I believe the car was a good idea. I don't have a problem with that. But when you start pinching the nickels to save a penny, when you're actually losing $1, it's not good, smart business, because he's doing you a job for just $12,000 more. That he's taking on a lot of responsibility for $12,000. Yeah, he's getting paid $121,000, but he could just stay in his old job and make that. So I don't know why we're trying to squeeze the nickel too much here. I know it's a good thing to save dollars, but I think you're being saved $93,000 right off the start by just putting him up in city manager at that price. He's getting $12,000 for that job. Y'all do what you'll need to do, but I'm not going to support anything like stuff I'm hearing tonight.
Let me ask, where's the 12,000 coming from? Is it the difference in what he's being paid now and what is to proposed?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And so what he's being paid now is, okay, got it. 93,600.
93,000, yes.
And then, but he wants to go up to 121.
And he's doing the same job that he has, and he's taking on the responsibilities of city manager on top of it.
Right, but but when you add in the car allowance, that's just for
that's given with an executive term, regardless of the car don't even come into the picture on.
But
we're talking about is savings, because that comes with an executive position.
But there is no car. Todd's not getting a car. Todd's getting $4,000 in cash or $5,000.
Well, we haven't decided whether he's getting a car or the money. That was an issue that's still on the table.
I'm with you. I'm just saying what proposed. So we'll come back to the car, but I just wanted to make sure I understood that. But when you add the $4,000 to $5,000 in cash plus the $12,000, we're looking at $15,000, $16,000. And then when you talk about all the, when you stack it all together, I think that where he is a handsome compensation. I think if anyone was to look at Cape Canaveral and go 43 employees, this much experience, I think that's good. And we work up hard to set an evaluation that we're proud of. And as Todd hits those benchmarks, we give raises. Compare him to the last city manager. That city manager, how many years did David Green have before he walked into Cape Canaveral? 30 or 40 years? There's no comparison. And he started much lower than this. And so and then, for us to say, don't compare the other cities, I think, John, you said that, then why is it provided to us by staff? I think you have to compare, because we use this all the time. We say we want to be competitive. It's no mystery that Palm Bay is hiring a city manager, Coco's hiring a city manager, and these are revolving doors. And if you don't think we, make sure that Todd's our man and stays here and start looking in his home city, Coco, Well, yeah, so we want to be competitive, no doubt, but I don't
Wes,
feel squeezing the
Wes,
neck.
I would like to ask you a question,
I was
Mr.
just gonna say
Parson.
the attachment, Wes, is a measuring, it's a measuring stick, but you gotta look and feel like, what is the Cape Canaveral city manager, this position here in Cape Canaveral, what is he worth in terms of what you want to pay him? You know, because all these other salaries fluctuate, like you said, based on experience, whatever. That just gives you an idea of what people are getting paid in the county and what have you.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would have not started at a 20% raise. And so I think that this threshold at 20% was a little high. I think that the highest person in there would be, you know, they're capped out. The next highest person in Cape Canaveral is capped out around in the 90s, 93, 94, and they got a bonus a year. What I'm saying is the 20% raise was just pulled out of the sky. And I agree with Councilmember Raymond. I don't get 20% raises. And so why aren't we starting the benchmark at 10 to 15%? No, we're at 20, and then now we're going to 30. And so it's not a $12,000 raise. Councilmember Raymond nailed it on the head. It's the difference from from the next highest person in City Hall, which would be like our community development director, maybe capital projects director. They're in the high 90s. That our city manager is going to get paid 30% more. That's where I feel like we're not the right. And again, if we would have brought this like it should have been brought to the council in the first place, I'm not so sure he would have started at 20%.
Well,
so
Wes, I think the differentiation, my last point is that because that happened that way, and why that happened, I wouldn't know. But because that happened that way, as interim city manager, you set him, he was set there, and now he's the city manager. So is there a differentiation to be made?
Yeah, and that's my point there. I would agree with that point. This is not just going from a school teacher getting a 20% raise. A school teacher wouldn't get a 20% raise if he or she were to become superintendent of schools, which is an equivalent statement here. A director is not equivalent to a city manager. You can't equate that whole thing. This is a whole level of difference of responsibility. So we have to compare with other city managers in the market as opposed to other employees of the city.
But what I'm saying is the rate, the 20% jump, that the council never set that rate. We never voted on that rate. And that's the point Councilmember Raymond was making that I heard is, no, our next highest employee was at 93. And then this rate just gets set at 20%. And then now we're just going another 12,000 above it. No, it's 30,000. It's 30% raise from what he was getting paid. That's what we're talking about today. And I don't think that that's level for a 43, 44 employee city. And so I'm only saying this because I don't want it to, I'm getting accused over here of nickel and diamond. I'm not nickel and diamond. I'm talking about 30% more than the next person at Cape Canaveral. Does Todd need to get paid more? Absolutely. 30% more? No. I think that's good for you. Yeah, I think that's, who decided that? I didn't.
I just want to take you back to Mr. Green. When Mr. Green came here, he set his salary. Council didn't set his salary. He said $99,000 is what he'd take the contract for.
That was 10 years.
But the council had to agree to that.
But, well, yeah, we did.
Okay.
I'd be a fool not to agree to it, but today I'd be a fool not to agree to $121,000 for a city manager.
Well, that's.
Would you do this job for, would you do the job for a $16,000 increase? Let me ask you this, right? Point there. You're a big executive and all that. Would you do this job for $16,000 more? That's what he's getting.
For what I do, $16,000 more from
he has the option to stay at his job. He has his option to stay where he's at 93, whatever.
Yep.
Or he can be promoted to city manager for $121,000. Figure it
Yeah,
out. That's whatever,
28,000.
28,000 or whatever. I don't know. I don't have an adding machine in front of me.
It's
But I wouldn't touch
28,000.
it. I wouldn't touch it.
Now add another four to 5,000 in the car. Now you're up to 32,000.
I still wouldn't do the job.
Okay, well, that's you.
Well, that's my point. That's the point. You aren't
Yeah,
going to get anybody to come in here and
There's enough people that would love to take that job in today's economy.
well, I'm
and
sure there is, but then you're going to be 4 or 5 years. You'll be looking for another one again.
No, we had over
Well, that's
100.
that's the way it works. That's the way it works. You
The
got a
same-
few. Now, I can tell you all of them that've been here longer than 7 years.
The
I can
median,
count them on your hand. But
the median income for Brevard County, the median income, this is above and beyond that. That's what I'm saying. We can't be framing it as we're over here starving Todd to death. No, I agree with you. He's getting paid a handsome raise at his prior rate. And to answer your question, would I take the job to go from 90,000? You dang right I'd take it, because I'll tell you right now, I don't make that kind of money, and I'm not an executive.
well, why are
Do
you
I have?
arguing against it then?
No,
why-
I would do the
You're
I
arguing
would do
against. I don't
for
understand.
for $6,000 to $7,000 more dollars. Absolutely, I would do it. And you're saying you wouldn't take it yourself? Well,
I
looks
wouldn't
like
want to
I
be a
get
city
it.
manager. I don't want to be a city manager. I would never want to be a city manager.
I don't either,
I
but
know
it's just
already. I don't know why. I wouldn't be a city manager. I would not want the job, but I would not take this job for that amount of money and
you're
that
not-
small of an income when I can stay right where I'm at and be happy.
you
He's
don't want
doing you
to.
a favor. He's doing you
No,
a favor.
I would like to work up to a 20%. If I would have had to say in it, I would have done a 10% raise. I would have taken it from 93, add another 10,000 on, and I would have reimbursed Rickle. And then after 1 year, I would have probably gave another 5 to 10 and worked up that way. That's a sustainable pace.
Well,
that's-
I think,
But it's a $34,000, or no, it's a $32,000 raise from where he was before.
if you put the car allowance on it,
It's going to show up. That's the way the contract's written. It's
well, you can take it out of it if you want. Just give him an electric car, whatever you're talking about.
okay.
Yeah, that's kind of squeezing it. Yes, Ms. Raymond.
Just a clarification. I thought that Todd was sharing the economic development with Dave Dickey. So I thought both of them were working on that. So, I mean, you
Well-
keep saying there's 2 jobs.
Well,
But
he can
Angela,
do one of 2 things. He can either give it all to Dave Dickey, and Dave Dickey's going to want an increase, or we can go out and just hire somebody to do the job and put Todd at a salary of whatever y'all want to make it.
I can answer the question that, Angela.
just a
I-
clarification.
Sure. I had a long conversation with Dave Dickey about this and the reality of how he and I have worked together over the years. And I frequently use the term tag team because in economic development, when you're working with developers, you're tag teaming them. Dave and I frequently work together as we're working with developers. So I said, Dave, what I would propose to make this deal work financially for the city is let me give you some of that burden of economic development work, and I'll still work with and tag team the developing community, but I'll take on the external liaison role of economic development. So it's a broad split of duties, and Dave and I talked about it at length, and he agreed, and it's only because he supports me. I know he's fully supportive of me, that he agreed to that as well, and we know that we can make this work. So yes, Councilmember Raymond, you're correct that there is a splitting of duties of the Economic Development Department between me and Dave Dickey. That's correct.
Todd.
We all know that, but I'm saying I wouldn't.
No, I
wouldn't-
didn't.
You didn't know?
Didn't know that. Did it come out of the memo?
That's what Todd did. Todd discussed all that with all of us.
When?
I don't know when you had your meeting.
When? I didn't. Todd and I have never talked about that.
You didn't have a meeting with Todd on all of his contract?
No, and frankly, I
Okay.
don't
Well, that probably answers why you don't know about it then.
know. Of course I had it.
Because everybody else knows about it.
I met on Todd on his contract. I didn't know about his, that him and Dave Dickey were going to be splitting roles. And frankly, I don't really care. We only have one person we're concerned about, and that's Todd. And then Todd can run his team how he sees fit. So if Dave Dickey wants to absorb that, that's fine. I got to tell you, I want my city manager working on only city manager stuff, not being in economic development. And I want the job done. That's my position.
All right, then,
Especially
well,
in his first year, he needs to be laser focused and not responsible for hitting the metrics on economic development. And to me, it would be worth going out and getting a new economic development director so Todd can stay focused. Look, we are making mistakes and we're always going to be, but those are going to continue to happen. And I think that Todd's going to need to not have those distractions out there. And Dave Dickey, he's the last I mean, he is so busy. Again, it's nothing to me, but I think we should hire an economic development director or just take a vacation for 1 year, no economic development at all. And
you always have to have that. You can't take a vacation from that. And what Dave Dickey gets involved in is just most of the time is sitting down with the developer and talking with the developer and with Todd as the economic director when he was solely that. And that's what they do. They just mishmash with that guy and it's over with as far as Dave Dickey. Then Dave Dickey gets the rest of it through planning. So there's really not as much as you're led to believe in it.
so then why are we valuing it so much?
Because it is important to the city to have economics, as you well said. You want to go out and hire one, we'll go out and hire one. We won't let Todd do it, and we'll hire one because you said you'd rather see that anyway. I'll vote for that. You put that in a motion and I'll vote for it. And then we'll see how much another guy costs us every year. And we'll thank you for that.
It was in the intent and spirit of sacrifice to make it work for the city that I agreed to absorb the role of economic development director between me and Dickey. It is really with the best of intentions to help the city's bottom line, financial well-being, that I do that I offered that because it appeared to be the most logical and selfless way to present this deal to the city council.
And honestly, if you think that that's what's best, that is your decision, Todd. I don't want to micromanage. If you want to absorb it, that's fine. But when we get into the evaluation time, that's what we'll look at and say, how's economic development going these days? So that was it. I mean, I agree. It's really your call on that. But when the mayor said you're going to go out and hire 2 jobs, and, I took that as this is another full-time job, but now we're learning it's kind of a part-time job. And then Angela brought to my attention, and it's being split with Dave Dickey. And then, so Mayor, I think if Todd wants to go out and hire somebody, that can be a decision up to him. But unless we want to form an appointed position, but I don't think so. So that's it. I know we better get moving here. It's 9:11 and there was, let me ask you this, of the evaluation where it says the city manager, I don't think that the city manager, just like an employee, would not have a say in their contract. And so all I propose there is to strike through that, to take the word city manager out. I think we should decide. Todd can make a recommendation on the evaluation form, but we decide what that evaluation form is. The 3 of us who agree, at least a majority vote on it.
It's a very standard provision in a contract for the city manager and city council to agree on that. Anthony, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've seen that in many, many city manager contracts.
It is in many, but it's whatever you and the council agree to.
I think that it doesn't, what do you have to lose by making a recommendation to us, and then where 3 council members agree, that's the evaluation that it'll be. But for you to have a stake and say, no, I get to decide the evaluation, That doesn't make any sense to me. It used to drive me crazy because David Green would fill out his own evaluation, and then it was told to me that that was standard too. And I'm going, I don't care if it is standard. It doesn't make sense to me. So that's my, council wants to strike through that. I think that gets it in the better direction. And Todd, if you want to defend this position, I'll listen.
I think what it does is it shows a spirit of good faith cooperation that we agree to work together, not only day to day, month to month, but also on year to year evaluations.
But that doesn't make we don't work together on what we think of you. That's what an evaluation is. That's where council will vote independently of you. When you got the employee or the city manager creating their own evaluation,
it's hard to hear you, Councilmember Morrison. I think there's some kind of background noise.
I heard that too. I don't know what that is. It's not on my side. I hope not. But, yeah, I think you recommended a evaluation. We will decide, and that's the way to show that we're working with you. We'll take your recommendation, but to draw a line in the sand and say, no, I have to agree. I don't know why we would do that.
That's just my recommendation.
So does council agree that we remove city manager and that we will decide what the evaluation is?
Yes.
Yeah. Angela.
Yeah, self-evaluation is a professional way that most organizations do this. And the city manager would do a self-evaluation. And then we can choose to look at his before we do ours, or we can choose not to look at that. It's just, it is the way that things are done. And most executives do a self-evaluation. It's kind of like goal setting to see how they have reached those goals during the year. Some people call it a mission, like a mission for themselves, or goal setting. It's that type of a thing. So I just want to point that out, that self-evaluation is very, very much the way to go.
Yeah, and it's just about having a say in it. Not determining what the format is or what, it's just about having a say in it.
Wait, I think that, hold on, if you don't have a say in the format, I don't have any issues. But that's not what the contract says. And I do believe in self-evaluating. I think that you should self-evaluate, but when it comes to the format, it says the city council may determine desirable on a basis of an annual performance evaluation of the city manager. Such evaluation shall be in such a form as the city council and the city manager agree. So you do have the ability to choose the form.
I think we're probably arguing over semantics right now. What we want to do is have, and I want to be able to have input on it, just like you.
It's going to be all about you. But yeah, I think honestly, Todd, whatever you recommend, that's going to be great input, right? I mean, we're going to take that seriously.
Right. Exactly. That's why I think we're arguing about something we don't need to argue about. This is not one of the most important points here.
The evaluation is very important to me. I think that it is exactly how we're going to measure your future raises. It's going to be tied to the vision of our city. It's going to be tied to the key metrics of our city. And when somebody asks me how Todd's doing, I can quantify it. So I take the evaluation very seriously.
I think you misunderstood my meaning there. I don't mean the evaluation's not important. And what I'm saying is my ability to have input on it and shaping how the format is not super important. I just want to have some say in that format.
Yes, sir. I agree. If we can jump on that, we can knock that out. And I don't know if the rest of the council wants to discuss, but I move that that we strike through city manager, and where it reads, such an evaluation shall be in the form as the city council agrees upon shall be made, and then take out city manager in the very last word. So it says city
I was
manager.
muted by the organizer. I can't even speak.
No, you're speaking.
Am I speaking now?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Oh boy, I was trying to chime in for 5 minutes. I couldn't get through. If you want to go with Councilman Morrison's suggestion, I would recommend that it be reworded that the city manager be required to recommend the format to the city council, and that the city council have the final say on the format.
That's fine.
Okay.
Wes, you're muted.
Yep, that sounds good. I move to change this language where the city manager may recommend a format, but council will have final approval. However, and I trust Anthony will word that correctly.
Okay.
Thank
you. Angela, you had your hand up. Did you want to speak yet? Nope. Okay. Alrighty, is that
Mayor, if I could make a clarification on the car allowance. The car allowance is also a very standard thing in a city manager contract. And yes, it is at the end of the day an additional amount of money granted into the salary. But what it represents is paying the city manager's expenses for that he has or she has for the car that he or she uses for all city business and incidental travel. So that could be like my car now. It's used for going to work, but it's also used by stopping by Home Depot and picking up 5 2x4s and a sheet of plywood for a project I've got going this weekend. So to purchase a car or to have a car made available from the city, that gets kind of muddy when it gets into those personal uses like that. It means I have to have my own personal car as well as my personal or my city car. It's like carrying 2 cell phones. You know, we all have to do it, but we wish it weren't so. It just muddies it up when it comes to personal uses is my point I wanted to make about that. I appreciate all the thoughts and I love the idea of an electric car. I really want one myself anyways, but the personal use, if there was an accident and it's on personal time, you know, the city insurance shouldn't have to pay for that, but it gets muddy for both parties in that case.
agree to that?
And yeah, and I agree with that too. And that's why I recommended that we reimburse you for 100% of your business related expenses. That's the safest way to protect the citizens and ensure that you don't have to ever travel without getting compensated.
That's not a standard agreement, and that's a regular employee agreement. All employees get that. This is more of an executive level compensation point that's very common for city managers. I think you're conflating an employee who gets a raise with somebody who being appointed city manager. There's a big difference in what's expected of that employee and also how that employee is compensated. So I would prefer we keep it simple and straight the way it's proposed.
Vicki, you got your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to say, you know, I'm looking at the electric car more as a savings for the city. We have them here. And then, you know, on the chart that we got in West Melbourne, a car and fuel is provided by the city. This would be a car that's electric that doesn't take fuel. That's the only thing I was thinking about, and what a statement that would be to everyone else that how serious Cape Canaveral is about sustainability, and that was my only thoughts about that. And I think in the contract, it says for any business, automobile, you're paid your automobile expenses to purchase, lease, maintenance, and insurance. That would all be covered under the city. And then you're reimbursed for any mileage that you would have to use outside of, if you had to use your own car to go somewhere. But I just thought it would be a savings for the city. We would own the asset. It would be an executive thing that you have the car. We could put city manager on the side, and it would save the environment.
No, I think the thought is beautiful. There's just a practical aspect of it, but also, that requires charging infrastructure at where I charge it over that I don't have. So there's an expense to that as well.
I agree. I think that being able to own the asset is good. So if you want to borrow a car, a company car, that's it. But to me right now, it just doesn't make sense to do that. And I don't think you're going to be, after our conversation, you said you drive maybe a couple times a year for trips. And, with COVID, like Councilmember Raymond's brought up, I think travel is going to be restricted. And, we're a 1.9 square mile city. So all your stuff locally running up and down the islands, we can always have if it's not an electric car, you'll have a company car, a city car that you're going to be able to use. And so that's it. So if it's electric, I think, Todd, you could pick the option, but the idea that we're going to pay, the pay increase is an executive promotion. And so that to me, I think addresses that and making sure that you have the resources you need. Mickey, I think I agree with you and hey, let's start out and see how it goes. But are we going to pay for a company car and Todd makes 2 trips a year? It to me just doesn't make sense. And I know he's going to travel more than twice, more than likely, but I would be in support of using an existing car for now, and then we can reevaluate in 6 months or so, or in a year.
Okay, anybody else?
So if you're looking for a motion on that, I move that Mickey, I didn't want to, do you want to do a motion for a company or that we waive the car allowance? Is that what you wanted to do? And maybe we can circle back.
If Todd uses his car to come back and forth to work, and that's what it says it's for, related to the purchase or lease, maintenance, insurance of an automobile, because he's on call for 24 hours, I don't think we should. If we're not going to give him a car to use for those exact purposes, and he has to use his own, then he should get the money.
Sir, Mr. Brown.
It almost sounds obvious that Todd doesn't want the vehicle provided by the city. I have no issues with us paying him $350 car allowance, and he uses his car to get to and from work. If he needs to stop and do his own personal business after he gets off work, there are no issues. Give him the $350, let the issue die.
Thank you, Mike. And I would like to say, I personally want to get an electric car anyways. So Mickey, I think I'm going where you're wanting me to go anyways, eventually.
Ms. Raymond, do you have anything you want to go? We'll look for a motion then.
For the car, or we're just going to stay business as usual?
Well, we'll just start off at no, we ain't gonna do business as usual. We got a couple of issues we're gonna work with, Wes.
Okay.
We got a couple items that you want to change. I think we've discussed enough of the contract changes. But we can just take them one by one and go through them and vote them as you want. And then
Okay,
that's up to Mr. Morley how it works out.
sure, I get that.
I can't say we just vote it as it is because there's a lot of, all council members have a different idea of what they want, so.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, can I offer a suggestion just so it's orderly?
Yes, sir. I'd love that.
Okay. I've broken up the comments into two categories, substantive and then technical. Let's just put the technical ones aside for now. On the substantive issues where I hear there's disagreement by the council and certainly no agreement yet by the city manager are the following issues. Evaluation form, which has already been decided. The next one would be salary, the car issue, severance, and then the term of the contract. So I have a list of 5 substantive issues. Evaluation form has already been determined. You're on car. So we just need to know where you land on the car, and then you can go on to the next substantive issue.
Would
And
you
then-
repeat I know you got the evaluation form. We figured that one out, but would you give us the
Yeah.
rest of them, please?
Okay, that's what I was trying to do. If I wish it.
Okay,
Evaluation form was number 1.
right,
Car is number 2. Salary is number 3. Severance pay is number 4. And the term of the contract is number 5.
okay, that's good.
So I would work through each one at a time. Again, you've already handled the valuation form. Let's put some finality to the car issue and then move on to the third one.
Right. Good. All right, we can do them one at a time. Get it over with.
Okay, I'd like to make a
bunch
motion.
them all in one vote because it won't work. You're gonna have opposition and everything.
I'd like to make a motion that we pay our city manager $350 car allowance.
We have a second.
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to pay a $350 car allowance to our city manager. That is $350 per month. Do anybody have any discussion on it? We'll call the motion.
Yep, I'm going against this one, I think.
Okay. You both up. I just thought if you had some new discussion, but all right, we'll just call the motion then.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
4.
Mayor Hogue,
Or
Councilmember Kellum. Hello?
I'm sorry. 4.
Councilmember Morrison,
Against.
Councilmember Raymond,
4.
okay, that puts the car one to bed. Salary. He has proposed $121,680 salary. Anybody have anything they want to do different or the motion? Ms. Kellum,
The 121,000 and Ms. Raymond was talking about the 112,000. If we took that, the 121 and took the difference between the 121 and the 112 comes to like 9,000, and we cut that in half. Would everyone could we get a unanimous decision on the salary? And would Mr. Morley be agreeable to that till his next evaluation, and then we could give him a raise? Because I don't think the 121,680 is going to pass unanimously, and it would be nice to have it unanimously.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I may, frankly, I don't think Todd cares if it passes unanimously because, he's like, hey, if he's ever going to take one where it's 3-2, I think this is the one, he'll take it. So don't talk him down in the other direction. Trying to help you out. Does that make sense, Mickey?
Yeah, I just thought we could agree on something.
Well,
Ms. Raymond,
Yes, that would be 116,820. And I think I could agree on that. So if you want me to make a motion, I'll make a motion, Nikki. Or do you want to make that motion? I think
I mean, I think it's reasonable. If you look like at Satellite Beach, they have the same population as us. They have a manager that's been there 7 years and is making 122.5. And you know, this is just examples. And I think that Todd is doing a good job. I think that he needs a raise from the 112, but I just thought if we could come to a decision that we all can live with, that would be something, it would be good. And if it's agreeable to Todd too,
well, he'll let you know after you vote. Or if you want to know before, if he takes it, there's no need to vote. That's what his contract will be written at.
right.
So he wants to agree to it.
My only input at this point, Councilmember Kellum, is back in November when we talked about this, I proposed a 30% increase back then, and I'm sticking to my word. That was given after a lot of thought, a lot of prayer, honestly, about what is appropriate. And this was also discussed with other professionals in the field as a fair rate for all things considered about this job.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess it did. The motion didn't get a second, so I guess it just failed.
Mr. Brown, you got your hand up.
okay, I'd like to make a motion that we offer Todd his full recommendation of $121,680 to start as city manager of the city of Cape Canaveral.
For a second. No second? I'll second the motion. I think we should give him a fair shake, guys. Got a motion and a second. Call the question.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
4.
Mayor Hogue,
For?
Councilmember Kellum, hello,
Against.
Councilmember Morrison,
Against.
Councilmember Raymond,
Against.
Okay, the motion dies. Or failed for a vote. Another motion.
I was confused on what you said. He didn't get a second. I
I'm
thought
sorry.
you
No,
said
I
something.
didn't hear a second at that first
I didn't hear.
time. Did you?
I know there's a noise that keeps coming in and blocking out. It's
That's-
it sounds like a horn, but it's not blowing. It's just,
I don't know what feedback that is, but I got a message from Daniel that it might be Anthony. And no offense, but he can tell. He can tell
Well,
from his end.
it seems like it blocks Wes out more than anything. And
I
I
don't
hear it
know.
all the time, but it blocks Wes out when it's doing it. You can't hear Wes, but I don't know what it
I don't know.
is.
I have my microphone muted when I'm not speaking, so I don't know why that's providing feedback.
You're awful
Oh.
loud. You're coming in loud and clear when you talk, Anthony, but there's a noise that comes in and it just comes in and it blocks Wes out when he's talking. You get very few words that you understand. Okay, we had a motion that failed. It was a 3-2 against the motion, so we need another motion to move forward. Anybody want to make a motion? Missy?
I make a motion that we pay Todd $118,000 to start.
A motion for $118,000 on the floor. Do we have a second? I'll second that motion, because I think we need to get something done here. Motion's made and seconded. Call the question.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
4.
Mayor Hogue,
Or,
Councilmember Kellum,
4,
Councilmember Morrison,
Against.
Councilmember Raymond,
Against.
okay, the motion passed 3-2 to make the contract at $118,000 even. We can go on to the severance pay. Discussion.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this one's the 20 weeks is what Florida state law caps. And so I like the way Mayor Pro Tem Brown said it, the tiered approach. So on a 4 years, he could be up to the 20 weeks. So after completion of 1 year, he qualifies for within the first year. So from day one, he immediately qualifies for the five-week severance pay. But after he gets to the second year, he qualifies for 10. Third year, he goes up to 15, and then he caps out in his fourth year, 48 months. He can go to the 20 weeks. That's what I'd like to get. If council wants to do that, I can make the motion.
Well, make the motion. I don't think we discussed all of it. I don't know.
No, we
Okay.
didn't.
If we don't all want to discuss that,
Well, I'll make the motion, then we can discuss it, and if it doesn't go. But yeah, I move that we adopt a tiered 5, 10, 15, 20 year across the 4-year period severance pay structure.
you're looking
And I'll
for a
second it.
4-year tier at 20 year or 4-year tier at 20%, or 20 weeks. I mean, not 20%.
20
Over
weeks, yeah.
4-year period. Okay, every year it will be another 5 weeks or 4 years, correct? So we
Yes,
got
sir.
it straight. Okay, do we have a second on that?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Morrison and a second by Mrs. Kellum to do a tiered 20-week severance pay over a period of 4 years. Call the question.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
4.
Mayor Hogue,
Or,
Councilmember Kellum,
4,
Councilmember Morrison,
Or
Councilmember Raymond,
4.
geez, a 5-0. We had a 5-0 acceptance on that one, so
That's
we
fantastic.
can, I think that's history. We can go to the termination clause. Is that what it is I have wrote? I can't even read my own writing. Is that what we had?
yes, sir.
The term,
Yes,
the
sir.
termination. The
Term of contract.
It's the term of contract.
term of
Term of
contract.
contract. I had it wrote termination. That's what I meant. The contract. Okay, so however long his contract is for a term. Right now, it's an open-ended contract, 3 years. And that's what we're looking at as a term.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we do a 3-year term.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second for a 3-year term. Any discussion? Okay, no hands, seeing none. I'm sorry?
Oh. Mike
Mr.
Brown's
Brown?
raising his hand.
Okay,
No, I don't want to handcuff our city manager like that. I'm totally against it.
What do you
Okay.
think, Mike? What would you like to do?
I like the policy as written.
Okay, so you want it indefinite and keep it, yeah, it's not a bad thing. I just like working towards a 3-year and then renew if things are good, but okay. So just want to make sure I understand.
withdrawing?
We still have to dispense with the motion on second on the floor.
That's what I'm asking, if he's withdrawing. Are you
Oh, no.
withdrawing the motion?
Well, Councilmember Raymond, do you like a 3-year, or do you like the indefinite, or maybe a 4 or 2?
I really don't know. I haven't thought about it. So I'm kind of, so I really have to think about that one.
Okay. Yeah,
We
what
got a
I'm,
motion on the floor. We got a motion. We can either dispense with the motion or we can call the motion now because it's a standing motion at the moment.
I think at the end, the proposal is the end of the 3 years, you can obviously renew. This is how we deal with our lawn contracts, our service contract. Essentially, the city manager is an executive role who we independently contract with. And that was the thought is, you know, if things are good at the end of 3, we go up. I mean, so.
Why don't we just make it a year? At the end of the year.
It's actually the reality is it's month to month.
Sure.
How you look at it.
But always, I mean, but I mean, every contract is, if you mess up, you can be fired.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I mean,
I would rather not have the 3-month looming deadline wondering what it holds in store for me when I just rather be content knowing it's month to month.
well, no,
You can
okay.
dispense anytime. It's your motion, Mr. Morrison.
I move that we do a 3-year term. I think that's the.
Okay. But I was thinking you were talking about doing something different again.
Okay. Oh, no, thank you. And I think Councilmember Callum seconded it.
Yep. Well, you want to stand with the motion? We'll vote it. Yes, Ms. Cullum.
I'd like something. I just don't want indefinite. I would, you know.
You got everything and you hold the basket on that. Mr. Cullum.
I just, you know, thinking about it and listening to Todd, he works at the will of the council. You know, if he gets bad evaluations or he's not doing his job, we can fire him. So maybe I 3 years, you know, this year has flown by. 3 years is really, he's just going to get his teeth into the job and then he has to worry about getting hired again. I don't know.
I'll tell you, we got a motion, and I'll tell you what, I'm surprised he's still with us. I'll tell you, because what we're going through, we've been.
I mean, there's criteria.
We need either to vote the motion or the motion gets the second withdrawn or to just withdraw the motion and let's get on with this. I'm hearing, Ms. Cullum, are you going to stick with your motion? If you are,
I'm going to withdraw my second.
Motion's been withdrawn.
Let's hold on a minute because Robert's rules, of course, there's a motion and a second. The motion belongs to the council as a body. So unless there's unanimous consent to withdraw the motion,
that's where I'm going.
To vote it up or down.
That's where we're going to go.
Thank you.
We're gonna have a motion to withdraw the second and vote on that. And let me get this right, Anthony. If we have a motion on the floor to withdraw the second, Ms. Cullum withdrew her second, the council must vote on that withdrawal as a unanimous decision for withdrawal, correct?
No. Look,
or I got it wrong?
No, you have a motion on the floor because the motion was made and seconded. So what I mean by motion on the floor, it belongs to the council now as a body. The council unanimously can withdraw the motion like it never existed by unanimous consent. If you don't have unanimous consent, meaning one of the people that made the motions doesn't want to withdraw their consent, then the motion has to be voted on under Robert's rules.
Okay.
And if it's voted down, then the floor is clear and you can request another motion.
But the consent, all we need to do is get hands raised or head shaken and.
Unanimous consent.
Okay. I was going to get
objections, and then that doesn't mean you have unanimous consent.
I just was going to get clarity by a vote, but we can do a hand or.
Let me ask.
The withdrawal can be done by consent without a vote.
So, Mr. Mayor, before we do the withdrawal, because I could be the one, I just want to ask Councilmember Raymond, you would rather keep it the way it is than do any term?
Yes, I think that's the way that it should be for the executive position. Yes.
Where it's going to be.
Mr. Mayor, whenever you're ready, I'm in on unanimous consent to withdraw this motion. So I
Okay,
move that we,
everybody consent, please raise your hand to withdraw the motion. Motion has been withdrawn by the 5 hands being raised. Okay, then that means we leave the contract as an open-end contract, and you got a shot at him every time he turns around, and you got a shot at him every year on his evaluation. That's the way it should be. All right. That takes care of the 5 or 4 items, or 5 items that we had. Now, Anthony, you got another package for us to work on.
Yeah, there were a couple of technical comments that were made by Councilman Morrison. I just want to see if I can address them. They had to do with paragraphs 11CE and paragraph 13. 11, there's a distinction between 11C and paragraph 13. 11C is intended to lay out the reasons that the city manager can be terminated for cause. It's not an indemnification provision. Paragraph 13 is an indemnification provision that basically states that when the city manager is performing his duties as city manager, the city agrees to indemnify and hold him harmless for those actions that he takes in furtherance of the duties as a city manager. For example, if he's sued, if the city is sued for actions taken by the manager in the course and scope of his duties, then the city would defend him. It's a very typical and ordinary paragraph that's in there. So basically, the city would agree to defend him for covered losses. The city has insurance that covers the city manager and performing his duties. So that really the insurance company kind of steps in on covered losses, provides the defense and legal representation, and we move on. So that's what Section 13 is all about. A little bit of apples and oranges. There were a couple of comments about some language in subparagraph 11E, and let's see if I can find that. Oh, it's about the suspension of the city manager in the event he's indicted or an information is filed. If you want to make changes to that paragraph, I would suggest that it may suspend the city manager with or without pay. But I will advise you that if you were to suspend him without pay upon being indicted, that could be construed as a constructive termination of his contract. So which would raise the other technical issues that the city may have terminated him for cause. So anyway, that's that paragraph comment that I wanted to address. There's also some technical comments about the sole remedy being in a court of competent jurisdiction. That language is in there because it makes clear that in the event that there is an issue under this contract, there's no arbitration rights, there are no administrative rights. The sole remedy is to bring an action in court relative to the terms and conditions of the contract.
Okay. All righty. Anthony, do you want to break these down? I know you got 3 different items that we got here. I think it is, if I'm looking at it right.
Yeah, I mean, well, there were some comments about paragraph 13 and 11C. They're different sections. They're not both indemnification provisions. So that's really just a clarification on the interpretation of the contract. And then the technical changes is the provision relative to suspension in the event of indictment or information.
Right. That one I got.
It's in there to provide another remedy to suspend with pay short of termination for cause.
Right.
That's what that language is intended to be for. So there's another alternative.
I understand why it's there.
Yeah. So
Well, I'm in support of the way it's written, definitely. The other one was, we had another one on 11, was it 11E, I think it was? Or, I mean, 11, do we have two on 11 or just the one?
Right.
Yeah, there's some language about the city manager's sole legal or equitable remedies is an action in the court of appropriate jurisdiction and venue. As I explained, that's there to limit the remedy to filing an action in court, not some other remedy that would not apply, like arbitration or some administrative due process hearing in front of the council or something like that. It's like if the manager feels like he's grieved under this contract, the sole remedy is in a court of competent jurisdiction only.
Right.
That's what that's intended to.
I don't have a problem with that. We need to have a vote on it. We had 3 items, I think it was on.
Yeah, so those are my comments regarding the comments that were made. It's up to you whether you want to, the council thinks that the contract needs to be changed or stick with the current wording. Yeah, I don't know, Councilman Morrison, if my explanation has helped you at all and understanding where I was coming from and drafting the language. Maybe it did, maybe it did. It's up to you all.
I appreciate the difference. I understand the indemnification clause, section 13, and the difference. I just wanted to make sure that it couldn't be construed to be outside of work. And I just felt that they were already protected by the sovereign immunity at the state law. And so adding that language in section 13, I just want to make sure that can be used in against us in a way where Val Todd gets legal representation. If it's Todd or any future city manager, the taxpayers are funding the bill. Can these words be used in a way for something that maybe we want? That was all I was trying to do. So I think we're good there. If you're comfortable with it. But on the without pay in section 11B, I think that 11B, we should change that. I don't think that what you talked about is big of a concern. But I think it should say without pay, may suspend without pay. I mean, it just seems unnecessary to tell us what we can do. Of course, we always know that we can pay if we want. I mean, we need to be told to do that. But I think that it's important to say without pay, right?
But would you not breach your contract by not paying him? If he's indicted, if he would be indicted, or he or she or whoever city manager is indicted and found not guilty, and you did not pay them, would you not be up for a lawsuit for breaching your contract?
No,
you didn't pay him. You didn't pay him, and he was innocent. That you'd be getting that. That's what's going to come back. I can't hear you.
I think we would vote on a council to pay him if he was innocent.
But you wouldn't know that till after he's through court.
Well, let me ask you this: you pay for him the whole time, and then he's guilty.
So be it. It's in his contract.
Have some bad people.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm saying, what if he's not guilty? He could sue you for the whole.
It ultimately protects the city from a lawsuit for not being paid wages if I was found innocent, because the lawsuit could be a lot more expensive potentially than what you had paid me. So this is a protection for the city.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of different circumstances, that could possibly even trigger this provision of the contract, and it's really an option that the council is reserving that in the event that there is an indictment or information filed, they can park the city manager in suspension mode with pay, pending council's consideration of what they want to do, rather than having to make an immediate decision of terminating without cause or terminating for cause, depending on the circumstances. So it really is, a way to just park the manager pending whatever the council's decision is regarding the situation. So just because this paragraph is in there doesn't mean in the event the manager is indicted, the city manager decides to just terminate the relationship, for no reason, or terminate for cause if it rises to the level of cause. Those options are still available, even though this language is in subparagraph E.
Yeah, I just don't know why I think it does not benefit the citizens of Cape Canaveral. I think it should say without pay.
Well, if I might also point out, Councilmember Morrison, it does say may suspend the city manager from his duties with pay, which makes it non-mandatory.
Right. So why have it at all? I mean, why are we talking to that side? I don't know. Like, Anthony, you represent the city, the city, and you're kind of in a in-between spot here. But, we, all five of us, we got to look out for the best interests of the citizens and make sure that Todd's not being treated unfairly. I don't think it treats Todd unfairly by simply saying without pay.
It provides another option. If the paragraph is that troublesome to you all, I don't have any issue with just striking it in its entirety. I mean, Todd may have, a viewpoint on that, but I would have no problem recommending it be removed.
My viewpoint is the same because it's permissive, Anthony. It doesn't matter one way or the other.
No, I think there's a big difference between those two. And I mean, so it's okay. I mean, yeah. Why? Yeah. How does that protect? I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. I would be in favor of striking through it. Now I know I'm looking at the clock. It's 10 o'clock. I move that we extend for 10 minutes.
No.
I think we should go longer than that because we got to get it finished. Let's go till we get it finished. Get it done.
Okay.
10 minutes, 10 minutes. We can only extend so many times. Let's get it done. I don't agree to extending. I want to get it done.
Well, the city council can extend to complete this item, or extend for a certain number of minutes or hours. It's up to you.
I want to extend till we complete it. That's my motion. What do you got, Angela?
I just want to say, I think that is in there because you're innocent until proven guilty. And that's the reason why that statement is there. It's in our Constitution.
I wouldn't want to be.
You need a motion. It's 10 o'clock. You need a motion to continue this discussion.
That's what I just wanted to see. I thought she was going to do it, but we need a motion to extend.
I move to extend for 30 minutes, or if we get done sooner.
Mr. Kellum.
I'll second it.
Okay, we got a motion and a second to get done. Let's go.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown? No?
Call the motion.
Mayor Hogue?
Or
Councilmember Kellum?
Or
Councilmember Morrison?
Or
Councilmember Raymond?
Or
okay, we'll move forward. Now, we're back to the without pay clause that wants to be added into there. I think we can just end it by getting a motion or not. Let's move forward. Because I'm in favor of leaving it in there because it's there for that clause and it's there for the reason. And I think you'll probably find that in 99% of the contract.
Was this in the last contract with David Green? I don't remember that. Maybe it was, but it's been a while. Okay, here I'll motion. I think that I move that we were the city manager from his duties without pay. And if we want to pay him, we can. We always have that ability, but we have the right to protect the citizens that, hey, you're going through this long contract. we are not stuck having to pay. And I think that's important. So
Did you say remove? Is that what you said?
I would say change the word with to without. In 11E.
Can you restate your motion again? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I move that we amend section 11E, the first sentence to say may suspend the city manager from his duties without pay.
Okay.
Have a second?
I think you're,
I'm sorry? We're looking for a second to the motion. Motion died. Ms. Cullen?
No, I'm good.
Oh, you were waving your arm. Okay, the motion dies for a second. We have another motion? Need another motion to ratify that section of that contract.
I make a motion that we ratify section E as written.
The second?
I'll second.
Motion has been made and seconded to ratify the section E of section 11 as written with pay. Call the roll, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
4.
Mayor Hogue,
4.
Councilmember Kellum,
4.
Councilmember Morrison,
Against.
Councilmember Raymond,
4.
Okay, the motion passes 4-1. Contract reads with pay. Okay, Mr. Garganese, what other one do we need to work? I lost track here.
Yeah, no, I had that comment about sole legal or equitable remedy in a court of competent jurisdiction. I don't know if you want to take that up or not. I would recommend you keep it.
I'm okay. I didn't think it was needed. But I listened to you. No action coming from me on that one.
Okay.
So, I think that's it. I mean, those were the technical comments that I remember that needed to be addressed.
Okay. Anything else that we missed? Okay, we've made some changes to the contract, and I hope they're all good to Mr. Morley's satisfaction, and we can get
Mayor,
Mr. Garganese.
Yes, sir.
How do we get a new contract to us to see? I know we are approving the word changes. Will we get another look at this as presented to us, and maybe Mr. Morley would weigh in and let us know if this is acceptable, or what are we going to do?
Anthony, I'd be glad to help with that. Mayor, if it pleases the council, I can do a brief recap of the changes as I understand them. If we all agree on those changes, a motion would be appropriate to enter into the contract with those changes to be executed in the near future, if that's okay, Mayor.
Yes, I want you to either accept or come back with something that's going to be, what would you use, contradictive to what you got. If you're happy with this, we'll go with this. You can read off the changes as you understand them.
Yeah, the way I understand it, the contract is as written with these exceptions. The drafting of the evaluation form will be revised to show the city manager has recommending authority only, not final approval authority over form. The compensation will be $118,000. The car allowance will stay as written. There'd be a tiered severance of year 1, 5 weeks, year 2, 10 weeks, year 3, 15 weeks, year 4, 20 weeks. It would remain an open-end term, no 3 years. And it stays as written other than that. Anthony, did I miss anything?
No, that's it, Todd.
Okay. Yes, Mayor, that would be acceptable.
Okay, it sounds like we got a contract.
Congratulations.
Anthony, do we need to bring one back to?
No.
We don't need to bring it back to council, but would we see one just to look at it and see that everybody's happy with the way it was? Or the way we said it was to be?
Yeah, a motion to approve and direct me to make the amendments that Todd just outlined.
Yes, sir.
And that would be okay. And then we'll put it in order and it can be signed and we can give you all a copy of the contract.
Okay. But would it be, you think it'd be best to let everybody see it before it's signed? Put it to public to sign it? I don't have a problem with signing what we're
I have
talking
no
about.
problem circulating it before.
I would like the council to see it in writing before I sign it. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, I can certainly do that.
So it'll be on your mailboxes inside the week, maybe?
It will.
Okay, so that's good.
Changes are simple.
That's what I'm asking, that we can get it done, so we can get it, put it in the desk. That's what I want to do. Okay, council, anybody got anything they want to, we got a little extension time if you want to say something. I'd like to, first of all, congratulate Todd for putting up with us. And
We still haven't had, we don't have a motion yet.
You have to
on the
make a
floor
motion.
approving.
I thought we did. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm already, we passed it, but okay, we'll make a motion to accept it as Mr. Morley has presented it back to us, what we had said.
I'll second it.
No, I'm just asking for a motion. I don't want to make motions. I'll second a motion, but I don't want to make motions. That takes
I'll make
away,
a motion.
takes away from council.
And
I'll
I'll
make
second.
Okay.
You're going to make the motion, Mickey?
Yes, sir.
And you will second it, Angela?
Yes.
Motion's made and seconded to accept the contract as amended with Mr. Morley's input, and we will see that copy of that contract before it's signed. Call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Brown,
4.
Mayor Hoke,
Or,
Councilmember Kellum,
For,
Councilmember Morrison,
Against.
Councilmember Raymond.
4.
hey, it's approved 4-1, and congratulations, Mr. Morley.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could make a short statement, I just want to know that I know it's late and you've all put your heart into all of this. I appreciate that. I appreciate your support. It's an honor to serve the city of Cape Canaveral, and I look forward to working with you all. I want to especially thank my entire staff for their unwavering support. They've been terrific too. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Council?
Thank you, Todd.
Thank
Okay,
you, Todd.
anybody? We have nothing to discuss. We'll adjourn.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
Todd.
Adjourn.
Congratulations. Todd. Take care.
Thank you.
Be safe, everyone.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Bye-bye.